I call to order the regular business meeting of the Lakewood City Council on April 22nd, 2024 at 7:08 p.m. To connect with the City Council meeting this evening, please use, for those of you online, please use lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/council videos. For online public comments, you may also post comments at any length on lakewoodspeaks.org, and we'll actually have it open not only through the evening, but tomorrow up to 10 a.m. So if you've got comments through any portion of the meeting this evening, you can certainly continue to add comments to that through 10. Anyone who would like to address the city will be given the opportunity throughout the evening on different topics, if we're going topic related, or for those topics that don't appear on the agenda this evening. We've got a space for that in the latter part of the meeting this evening. Public comment does go for individuals at 3 minutes, and for anyone that's pooling your time with others, 4 people, you get up to 10 minutes. So we'll let you know when their time is right for each of those as we move forward. And in the meantime, will the clerk please call the roll?
Strom.
Here.
Over. Here. Mayak Guerrero.
Here.
Yep. Stewart.
Here.
Ryan.
Present.
Charzai.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Nystrom.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Cruz.
Here.
Sinks.
Here.
Mayor Strom, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this point, I will ask that if you're able to stand, please do so, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Afterwards, please remain standing for a moment of silent prayer.
Or I should say Mercy. Going to France next week.
All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2 Prince B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2 Prince B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. So with that, I will make a slight change to our agenda this evening. Some of you that watch us fairly regularly may have been a little bit confused that typically when we get a presentation from our esteemed Lakewood Advisory Commission, it usually lands at the beginning of a meeting. And this time it actually was in the latter part. So what we're going to do before we get started is do the formal movement of that Lakewood Advisory Commission presentation to this point in the meeting where it typically resides. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to move that item, 14.A, the presentation from the Lakewood Advisory Commission, to the beginning of the meeting. If you are a member of the public who came to speak on that particular item during general public comment, you are still welcome to do so.
Mayor Strom, I move to amend the agenda to receive the Lakewood Advisory Commission presentation before the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And does council have any comments or questions on that? All right, with that, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so that passes unanimously. And with that, will the city clerk please read item 14.A into the record?
Item 14.A, a presentation from the Lakewood Advisory Commission concerning green renovation research.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. And I will now defer to our city manager, Kathy Hodson, to introduce this item and our speakers.
Or Kathy,
Or-
if you'd like. Just quickly, Mayor, in front of you this evening is Neil Preister. He's a member of the Sustainability Subcommittee, one of the 4 LAC subcommittees. Also in attendance from the LAC tonight is the Chair of the Sustainability, Glenn Wiedock, Chair of the full LAC, Melissa Colesman, and Vice Chair of the full LAC, Nate Whiteman. And with that, I'll just turn it over to Neil.
All righty, Mr. Priester and company, thank you for joining us this evening.
As well as Fred Clifford is here as well. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mayor, thanks for this opportunity. Thanks for this opportunity to do this research. It's important to us. And I wanted to thank all the members of the committee that have put this together. It's taken us 9 months, and it's been hard work, but it's been a good work. I will also apologize for the length of it. It's 22 pages. I would have liked to make it simpler, but it was a constant struggle to make it as concise as we possibly could, given the complexity and the far-ranging issues that we're dealing with. We have 4 main recommendations as well as an additional 25 sub-recommendations. Again, I'm sorry, this is not simple solutions that we're applying to a complex problem. And I wanted to take a minute to wish you all a happy Earth Day and remind you that we all live on this pale blue dot together, and hope to leave it better than we found it. So what we have with you here is our green renovation project. We were assigned that in July of 2023, and the goal was to identify and research possible policies and actions by the city to expedite green renovation in Lakewood's residential buildings. So the issue is multi-pointed here. We've got green renovation can help address 21% of Lakewood's greenhouse gas emissions not covered by zoning requirements. Residences using fossil fuels directly for heating are locked out of reducing greenhouse gas emissions through utility mix changes. The point of replacement of existing heating appliances and furnaces presents an opportunity for beneficial electrification. So the research we're covering covered cities in Colorado and elsewhere, and where they've taken efforts and actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from residences. We've covered multiple cities, some in the state, some outside the state, some in fact even internationally. This is a big effort. Lakewood can supplement incentives offered by utilities and state and federal entities. Local governments' incentives can drive change. The hope there is that we all put skin in the game here. It shouldn't be left up to just the individuals. Recommendations were fourfold primarily: tax credit and rebate match to supplement state and federal funds. Second was to add to the enhanced development menu Article 13 for targeting homes below 2,500 square feet, which are currently exempt. Add city employees to implement and administer these adopted recommendations, and outreach and education by partnering with relevant organizations. I could talk at length about these 4 goals, but I think the report is broad enough that it addresses those. So our summary here is that reducing greenhouse gas emissions is urgent, it's worldwide, and it's going to take all hands on deck to get it to happen. And we're hoping to transition existing Lakewood homes to electricity, and the positions within the city to benefit from an improved utility energy source mix. What's on the table here, our consideration is 42,000 existing homes in Lakewood. This issue is complex and wide-ranging, and the LAC stands ready to supplement research if required or if needed. We'd love to tackle this again. We just felt like the more we dug into it, the deeper it got. So we could we're available to ask questions tonight on the report. We're available to dig deeper if you'd like. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Council, questions? And thank you for mentioning the report. I'll actually take this moment to let everybody know that on liquidspeaks.org, not only can you put in public comment, but we do also have staff documents. In this particular instance, the LAC, Lakewood Advisory Commission report is also on there as well. So while this was a very brief reporting back of the, what did you say, 22 pages, 21 pages?
Sorry, yes.
No, it was great. A very brief report this evening. There's a lot more detail that you do get into in the report. And so with that, I'll go ahead and hand the floor over to Councillor Sinks, then Councillor Mayotte Guerrero, then Councillor Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Excellent job, great report. Let me just make sure I understand correctly, and that is that any electrification of homes currently or right now, as you're proposing, is strictly on a voluntary basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you. So
we're trying to offer carrots. The goal is to try and get broad participation, but no, it doesn't do any good to force those issues.
yeah, right. So for those that don't want to do it, there would be absolutely no stick, just the carrot. Yeah, I think that's a great approach. Thank you.
Councillor Mayotte Guerrero.
Hi, and thank you so much for your time, both this evening and in general in the past many months or so on this project. This question is likely you'll have maybe something that first comes to mind, but I hope is then a bit of an ongoing discussion for us and with staff, which is, do you have, of the list of recommendations, anything that you think in particular needs to be considered alongside or in close coordination with, say, our affordable housing planning versus our comp plan versus things that you think are very freestanding on their own? And again, you don't have to go through all of the recommendations, but if you've got a top few, and again, I'm hoping that this helps us as a body start to think about it that way.
Because we are not a standalone subcommittee operating in a vacuum, we felt it necessary and critical to address the other subcommittees, not the least of which is diversity. We tried to embed diversity, equity, inclusion into every phase of this, and in recognition that this is not an inexpensive prospect that we're considering here, and that there are opportunities here that are great as the challenges, but there are some that cannot rise to the opportunity, and they have to be given equal access to those funds and to that technology. The concern is that you could potentially lock them out of future innovations if you don't initiate that process. I think it's probably fair to say our first number one recommendation is concerning the rebate match. And the reason for that is because these costs are not trivial. And even though there are state and federal funds available out there, if you can't rise to the occasion to find seed money to make that affordable for all members of Lakewood, you lose the opportunity. So just because the money is there doesn't mean you can take advantage of it, especially with low and middle income people. Again, Councillor Guerrero, there's 24 sub-recommendations. Probably this isn't the time to cover all those, but they're all relevant and they're all fact and science-based.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Priester. This is great. We've had the opportunity to connect a little bit more. I think you've done your tour with many of the counselors up here to share, particularly around the rebate. The example that I often refer to when we have those conversations is what we see in Denver with their Climate Action and Sustainable Resiliency Office. And I wanted to flag that for my peers on council, because that was a funded mandate through a quarter-cent sales tax. It was funded through a sales tax initiative, but they had something like $4 million in the first year to be able to do some really innovative things, and they offer quite a bit of rebates in the city and county of Denver to do some of the things that we're talking about. And so we're going to have to be very creative to be able to get this going. Some of it is Fed money, but you have to come with non-Fed matching dollars, and that adds a level of complexity that we are not prepared to act quickly on. And so is there ways, we know that there's considerable interest in this from the community, and I wonder if this is something we would maybe want to explore, and this could be a question for the Budget and Audit Board as well, but we're never gonna get here unless we're willing to take some like creative swings at this. And so I really appreciate you all have put together quite a bit of work on this, and I think, you know, I'm a real advocate for the rebate stuff because it is a good incentive for folks, but I do think your point is a good one, particularly for low income qualifying households. You do have to put that money up front, and so that it does become unattainable when we're talking about rebates and refunds on dollars that you have to invest up front to see those cost savings. So that would be something I'd love to see, and it's timely that we're having this conversation on a night that we're making discussion and decisions on CDBG dollars, because in past iterations that has been a priority for us. And I hope that we can see that come back again in next iterations of those funding cycles. So thank you.
If I may, a point of clarification, Councilor Chairs, some of those funds coming from the state and Fed will be grants that require matching funds from the municipalities locally, but not all of them are. Some flow through directly to the homeowners. We just heard about today about $8 billion released from the Inflation Reduction Act that's intended to go straight to homeowners. But again, even those have encumbrances because some of them are tax credits, which aren't always available. The state is about to release rebates through the Inflation Reduction Act. These all help, but again, the challenges are great, as is the opportunity. Thank you.
The other point is just the workforce need too. So we know you have great members of I know you're part of another group that has like a very nuanced understanding because they had a business in thermal energy. Well, I just tried to get my furnace replaced and I asked for a heat pump and they didn't know what I was talking about. That wasn't a skill set and that wasn't something they advocated for. So all of this has to be paired with upskilling and reskilling, and I know that that's something that Councilor Lowe has a personal interest in. So, you know, I'd love to explore how Lakewood can be, you know, working with McLean and Warren Tech and some of the other great trade school focused areas that we have to sort of help build this bench out and that expertise. So thank you.
And not all of them is high-level expertise. I mean, some of that is just benchmarking and energy audits, which can be done without a whole lot of training. So yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Councilor LeBear.
I just want to thank you for coming. Thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I'm wholeheartedly in support of us trying to look at figuring out ways to, you know, get additional dollars and back in citizens' hands so they can make, you know, good decisions to become more sustainable and reduce and help the city with our long-term plans of reducing our GHGs. And I've seen a lot of cities do really good work in this space, and we've, you know, seen other cities also contract some of this work out to help them be a sort of force multiplier. I know Boulder does that. They contract with their PACE program, and they do all sorts of a broad range of incentives, from solar panels to cooling and heating equipment and lighting and electrification of lawn equipment and all sorts of, you know, things like that. So anyway, I really appreciate you bringing this to us. This is something I'm really passionate about, and I hope you know, we can move something forward to you know, help take advantage of the opportunities.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other council questions? Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks again for all of the information. I enjoyed when I met with you, and this report is amazing. I think, unfortunately, there's been a lot of misinformation that's been conveyed via Lakewood Speaks, and I really hope that people take the time to read this study. You know, and some of the things that I learned from you in terms of personal air quality in your home, as we continue to deal with wildfires and things like that, the advantages of a heat pump also, are imperative in that. So I have a tendency to get over my skis a little bit, so I've already electrified my house and I'm working on the battery backup, but I can say unequivocally that my house is more comfortable in the winter now, and it has been an amazing improvement. So I hope people keep those things in mind when they're considering this. And I think, yes, for the greater good, the air quality for everyone in Lakewood and the reduction in emissions that we're going to produce as we continue to upgrade, homes, as well as hopefully city buildings and other commercial buildings in Lakewood. I think we'll really see a large improvement in air quality. So thank you again for your work.
Thank you.
Councillor Cruz.
Yes, I wanted to echo the thanks, Mr. Priester, for your work and for the LAC's work on this important topic. I know I learned a lot, and I think that I also really appreciate the clarification regarding the carrot approaches that this recommends, because I think that there were some potentially different readings in the community, so it's just helpful to have that information in the public. I noticed and appreciated the gratitude for the sustainability staff that you all worked with kind of in developing this report. And I know you talk about this in the report, but just wanted to hear a little bit more about how some of these initiatives and priorities are reflected in some of the work that our sustainability team is doing now.
I think the first sustainability plan was put out in 2015 with updates even as late as 21, 22. They've done a lot of the heavy lifting and the groundwork. There are areas of concern within the codes that this is trying to address as well, specifically for the existing built environment. Your sustainability staff is great. One of our main recommendations is to get them some help. They say it's drinking from a fire hose. There's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of money out there if we could just tap it. We'd love an opportunity to carry through with some of these recommendations and work with them on it if they would be willing. They're experts in their fields. So.
Councillor Stewart, then Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, I kind of actually had similar questions, so thank you for asking those. We do have really incredible staff in our sustainability division, and I'm very supportive of making sure we get them some more help. I know, in the past, when we started the rebate program for the turf replacement and the WaterWise landscaping, that was initially funded through quite a bit of work to get grants that were available. And I know that there's so much money available that I want to make sure that we're prioritizing in our, our grant acquisition process, being able to make sure that we're taking advantage of all of that money that is available, and then just flagging that this is an incredible report. I know the Sustainability and Planning Division already, knows this is a great report, and it's very, very helpful. But this is in alignment with a lot of our council priorities for the next couple of years, and I think that this is just a great opportunity to kind of roll in the expertise of folks in our community as well as our sustainability staff to actually use some of this really incredible work that you guys put so much time and effort into, putting together our work plans for the year and kind of laying out how we're going to get to some of the council priorities. I think this is really well aligned and would love to see this utilized in more than just presenting it to council. I hope that it is kind of taken and pieced apart and run with and taken advantage of.
Councillor Lowe.
Don't want to sound like a broken record, Mr. Priester, but would echo everything that's been said. Thank you. We're lucky to have you and your other LAC members. This is really good work and gives us a lot of good fodder. Clearly, we've got a council that wants to prioritize yes, presentations and talking, but also action on sustainability, and we fully intend to move the ball forward on this. On the first recommendation and all the subparts to it, sort of the matching funds piece, my ears perked up with what Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai was saying. I think she makes a very smart point that for some of these, so look, I mean, I'm all for matching funds, and let's be frank, right? Some of the federal resources right now, I've had some conversations with co-councilors about this, are significant. You make this point in your report, right? Like, we want to leverage these opportunities now while there are Inflation Reduction Act and IIJA dollars available, right? Councilor Sherzai makes an excellent point that some of these folks, these dollars are rebates that are paid, after the fact. Given, frankly, limited local dollars, a really strategic place to put some of those local dollars may be some sort of revolving fund or some sort of upfront investment that allows folks to make these retrofits that they can then pay back or mostly pay back once they get the full rebate in hand. I wanted to see whether you think that's consistent with the spirit of sort of that first bucket of recommendations and how that idea lands for you. And if the answer is you'd want to talk about that further with us, you don't want to answer now, that's totally fine. But I thought, as I understood it, Councilor Sherzai's point makes a lot of sense.
I wouldn't push back against a good idea. Again, the challenge is a financial one. And any way you can assist to that end, you're right, the upfront costs are substantial. And the degree to which you can lower those up front is going to help get people in the market. There's plenty of pile-on effects that the economy is going to be assisted and helped by this. So it's not like it's a decision made in a vacuum. It's going to assist a lot of individual homes as well as the industry. It would probably be more of an administrative challenge to get those up front than after the fact. I don't see that changes the numbers, just the term that it'd be applied in.
Yep. Well, thank you again for all of these good ideas. I think again, this is good fodder for follow-up and action, and certainly, for my part, committed to doing that.
Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you for the presentation, and like a lot of my fellow councilors, I want to focus on the carrot portion of your report. And going to the last comments, maybe you can expand a little bit in your report, and some of the appendix picks up a little bit about this, but what have some of the other cities done to find the money to make these matching grants or to help with these incentives, right? Because you mentioned that some of the monies from federal, state, other sources require some skin from the city. What have these other cities done to find that money?
The one that was mentioned, the obvious one, is the tax levied in Denver County. That's why they've got a good budget for this. I'm not sure I can answer that question, Dave, Mr. Rain.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've done the research into the budgets of those other cities. Maybe that's an opportunity to do additional research. A point that is fair to say, though, is that, again, these are great challenges. The opportunities are as great as the challenges. The concern is if you don't do these, the costs on the backside from not doing these things is going to be huge. The social cost of carbon is not at all trivial.
Sure.
And that's part of what we're trying to address here is to keep those costs from hitting the members of Lakewood.
And then one of your other points that I thought it was well taken in the report that maybe has not gotten quite as much discussion is just frankly an educational aspect of it, whether it's a website on the city's or a web page on the city's website to just say, here are all the different opportunities and here's how you can navigate some of these sometimes tricky grants. I know from just looking at cars, trying to figure out what cars applied for different grants or don't, or tax credits or not, can sometimes be a little daunting. So just having a resource where all this information is located in one place, I think could also be helpful.
The challenge is not exclusively that, although that's a big one because of the cost, but with them in combination. These are not simple technologies. and say they sometimes need upgrade infrastructure within the homes to accommodate these new technologies. So the combination of all of these challenges are again, just a multiplier. But they're mature and they're ready to go to market at scale. So,
Well, I thank you very much to you and the LAC for putting together a report to give us a lot of points to discuss.
thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Preister, and to all of our members of the LAC that are joining us this evening for your work, months and months of work leading up to this, and also for joining us on this lovely, I believe, playoff basketball game evening. So thank you for taking your time out. And so council has received your recommendations, and council, what that means from here is, as you all know, sitting through our planning retreat last month, many of the items that were listed here or that were part of the research are actually very much in alignment with our priorities as we're looking at navigating the next couple years worth of our goals. So staff will go in and work through this, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you all and seeing what we can put in place for the city in the years to come. So thank you.
And thank you for the support on that annual retreat. It was apparent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right. And with that, we will go ahead and transition over to the consent agenda for the evening. I do personally want to pull one item from the consent agenda, and that would be it's item number 5, Resolution 2024-23. Does council have any other resolution or anything else you wanted to pull from the consent agenda this evening? Nope. Okay.
Mayor Strom, do you want me to read the consent agenda as amended?
Yeah, let's go ahead and read the consent agenda into the public record as amended.
Great.
Thank you.
The consent agenda includes the following items. Item 6, Resolution 2024-24, delegation of authority by the City Council to permit the Planning Department and its divisions to apply for federal and state grants and proceed as the applicant. Item 7, Ordinance O-2024-9, declaring the intent of the City of Lakewood to acquire interest in property for public purposes for the replacement of traffic signals and pedestrian improvements at the intersection of West 8th Avenue and Sims Street, and authorizing negotiations with property owners, acceptance of conveyance instruments, and condemnation of real property, subject to further council approval. Item 8, Ordinance O-2024-10, authorizing the conveyance to the Public Service Company of Colorado 2 non-exclusive permanent utility easements on property owned by the City of Lakewood and located adjacent to the Civic Center. Item 9, approving City Council meeting minutes from City Council special meeting March 25th, 2024, and from the City Council regular meeting from March 25th, 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do have one, well, let's go ahead and make a motion first. Sorry, I'm going out of my own order. Make a motion for the consent agenda, please.
Mayor Strom, I move for the approval of the City Council minutes. Order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda item introduced in the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right, thank you. And with that, we'll open it up to public comment on the consent agenda. I'll go ahead and make a note at this time. We don't have any public comment online. I do have one signed up for consent agenda public comment, missing last name, Mike Muller. Was it regarding the item that we pulled off?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and hold on. We're going to go through the consent agenda first, and then we'll catch you on the other side.
Okay.
So we'll call you back up in a minute. Thank you. All right, any council questions or comments on the consent agenda as amended? Nope. Okay. All right, then go ahead and cast your votes on the consent agenda. And that passes 11 yeses, 0 nos. So then we have item number 5. Go ahead and come on up.
Well, Mayor, I'll read it into the record.
Okay,
while
sorry.
Mr. Muller's coming forward. Item 5, Resolution 2024-23, establishing an ad hoc committee of members of the City Council to update the City of Lakewood Fair campaign practices, processes, and procedures.
Mr. Mueller.
I was going to ask you guys to pull number 5, and thank you, Mayor, for pulling it for me. I think the citizens should be well involved in this little project because nobody really trusts elections as much anymore. And when we have developers, we have trash companies, we have tech companies, we have cable companies, all donating money to you guys. The citizens need to have input on how much money we're going to spend on these elections. I think there was one election we spent $250,000 on a mayoral election. That's ridiculous. But it's blocking out the citizens that can only donate $25 or $50. When you get a big tech company comes in and drops $1,000 on a campaign, and all of you have taken money from developers, I think. Has anybody missed developer money? You haven't? God bless you. You're the only one. But no. But anyway, thank you very much. But I really like citizen involvement in that because we need to straighten this mess out quick. You know, one mayor, he walked out of here. He used to be a JCPenney's underwear salesman. And when he left the mayor's job, he was a multimillionaire. That's tough to do on the salary of a mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. All right, so the reason that I wanted to pull this agenda or the resolution from the consent agenda, just a quick little Civics 101 for those of you that aren't familiar with the motions of how we go through doing the business of the city. On the consent agenda, those are specifically for items that are not overly complex, like meeting minutes, things that are fairly easily, yes, we want to move that through and do it expeditiously so that we're not here all evening. With this particular resolution, given the fact that we have gotten quite heavy in committee work this spring, it was suggested to me late last week that we lighten the size of this committee so that we aren't being too onerous on time commitment for counselors that are working on so many committees right now. We've got a pretty passionate crew that really wants to get a lot of work done, and that does take a lot of time. So what we did is, based on council desire and interest, went ahead and changed this over to, it'll be a committee that is, rather than what's posted in the agenda this evening, I am proposing that we reduce it to a 3-member committee. That would include Councilor Sinks, Councilor LeBure, and myself. So with that, I would ask first, we'll have Mayor Pro Tem to make a motion. Actually, Mr. Robb, do you want to read it in as amended? Or we're not amending the title or anything, though, so we go ahead and make the motion.
Right.
Okay, so we'll make the motion, and then councilor questions, thoughts, concerns before we vote. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to amend Resolution 2024-23 to be comprised of the following council members: Mayor Strom, Councilor LeBure, and Councilor Sinks.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, reminder too that what happens here is the committee is formed, work is done, all of the actual decision making and the actual end vote that turns laws into laws will actually still go on here at City Council. So there's still a very public process through that. So with that, let me go ahead and we need to clear our votes.
Mayor, hang on.
And
Mayor Strong.
Yes.
Hang on one second. We're clarifying. There was a motion to adopt the resolution originally, and then there was, is that correct? And then we just had a motion to amend the resolution. That was seconded. Did we get both? Did we get the first motion? Okay.
We did not.
That's great.
I will remove my second.
Okay.
Lots of motions here.
In case anyone thought Robert's Rules of Order was easy,
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2024-23.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mayor, there should be a motion to amend.
Right.
All right, Mayor, I move to amend Resolution 2024-23 to be comprised of the following council members: Mayor Strom, Councilor LeBure, Councilor Sinks.
Second.
Any council questions or discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and open up the vote
On the amendment.
on the amended resolution, which would be authorizing the committee with the 3 people only.
Right, so the motion is to the amendment.
So only the 3 people, then we'll authorize the committee.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilor
just to
Over and Matt Guerrero, I'm missing your votes.
Oh.
Okay, and that passes 10 yeas, 1 nay, nay being Councilor Over. Okay, now we will vote for the resolution. And wishing to speak first, I have Councilor Over.
Thank you, Mayor. The only reason I voted no on that was I was on that committee, and I just found out now that I'm not going to be on that committee, and that's not the way to run a railroad. If somebody's getting kicked off a committee or it's changing, and you guys have all decided that already that it's going to change, a little advance notice would be nice. And I understand you tried to call me today, but even today would have been too soon. Since, you're changing something right out from underneath me. I was on that committee for the last 2 years, and now I'm not going to be on that committee. And that part is okay, but the notice is the problem. So I'm going to vote no again, and that's kind of a protest vote.
I appreciate that, Councilor Over. You were very clear in December that you didn't want to be on committees in general, so I thought I was doing you a favor. Any other councilors? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. Okay, and that passes 10 yeas, 1 nay, nay being Councilor Over. Okay, thank you, everybody. So then we move on to agenda item number 10. Our first ordinance on second reading, and this does have a public hearing along with it. This is with regards to the Community Development Block Grant Program. I will note that there are 2 comments on Lakewood Speaks for this topic as well. And again, this is going to be open until 10 a.m., so feel free to add comments whether you're watching this on the television or YouTube this evening or in the morning on Tuesday. We'd love to hear your thoughts. And I do not have anyone signed up to speak here in chambers. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this topic this evening?
Mayor Strom, let me go ahead and read item 10 into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't want to interrupt you. Item 10, ordinance O-2024-6, second reading and public hearing, endorsing the projects and project funding levels in the City of Lakewood 2024 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program.
Thank you. We will now ask for a motion.
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-6 on second and final reading.
Second.
And with that, we'll open the public hearing. And again, ask if there's anyone in chambers that would like to speak to this issue. And Ms. Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the presentation is on Lakewood Speaks. I'm sure you've all reviewed it. But with us here tonight is our planning manager, Roger Wadnell, who will give an abbreviated presentation on this CDBG program. And as he's walking up, I can tell you that Shannon Terrell is here as well on the planning staff.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Kathy Hodson, City Manager. Let's see if I can. Okay. Again, Roger Wadnell, Comprehensive Planning Manager. We come to Council every year on the annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. And again, I'll get into a little bit of detail. This will be a fairly quick presentation, but the action plan outlines both the projects and the funding levels for the program in the upcoming year. And this CDBG, as we'll call it, Community Development Block Grant Program, begins, the year begins on June 1st. So it will begin on June 1st, 2024 through the 30th of May in 2025. Again, the program is administered by Housing and Urban Development, HUD. And Lakewood has been an entitlement community since 1974, so there are annual allocations. And it's focused really on affordability, serving lower income individuals and the community with a range of programs. And every year, the funding varies a little bit. We don't have our total estimate in right now, but it will be about $900,000 this year coming up. Every activity in the CDBG program must meet one of these national objectives. And I'll just read them. Benefit moderate and low-income people, reduce slum and blight, or address an urgent community need. The vast majority of Lakewood's program over the years has addressed, oops, I went back there. Address number one, benefit low and moderate income individuals. An urgent community need could be like a flood or some sort of natural catastrophe that has to be addressed, but primarily number one is where the program is focused. And it is also, and I'll talk a little bit about, there's a 5-year action plan that really identifies where the program is going to go for the next 5 years. And actually, this is the last year of the 5-year program that was adopted in 2020. So we'll also be looking at, this is moving forward again. We'll be also looking at that this year in terms of identifying important priorities for the next 5 years that will guide the program. In terms of benefits, there's really two ways of qualifying projects, two types of ways. One is direct benefit. So a family or individual needs to meet certain income criteria. For example, the example on the slide is family of 4 must earn less than $94,650. The other way of qualifying projects is through area benefit. And then you can see on the dark shaded areas on the map there, those are the areas that are kind of pre-qualified because the majority of the residents earn 80% less of the area median income. So really there are two ways. For example, in a qualified area, you could build say a playground in a park is one example, or some infrastructure improvements that would benefit an entire segment of the community. If there's one point I'd really like to make is that these dollars come with a lot of strings attached. There are federal requirements. There are requirements within the CDBG program. So we really have to balance.
As with all federal funding, there are a variety of other federal.
I don't know what happened there, but
I think you have some audio on there,
okay.
Roger.
Okay, where were we? Okay, with all, let's see, with all federal, making a lot of requirements, for example, you can see on the list, there's eligible projects, not eligible. For some things like maintenance are not, maintenance of projects are not eligible. New construction is not eligible. Rehabbing of a house is eligible. So there's a lot of requirements that need to be met. For example, direct services can only be 15%, like a counseling service, that sort of thing. Program planning and administration, 20%. So any kind of admin. So there's a lot of requirements and there's a lot of reporting that needs to be done. So it's really a balancing act in terms of identifying high priority needs and what fits within the program, what fits within the budget. Well, here are some of the rules. Again, every project, I'm not going to talk over myself again, needs to meet environmental clearances. For example, so an environmental study needs to be done on any project. For example, on a rehab of a single-family home, if it's in a floodplain or anything like that, it has to be taken into account. The funds have to be spent in a timely manner. There's requirements. Typically, you don't want to keep too much of a balance. A lot of fair labor standards. For example, if you're familiar with construction, there's a Davis-Bacon wages on any construction projects. We have an extensive public participation process. This public hearing is actually part of that. I've talked about the administrative cap and the direct services limits. So there's just a lot of requirements that just need to be met. And then this is a reflection of the consolidated plan from 2020 to 2024. And these are the high-level objectives. They're neighborhood improvements, housing preservation, and then supportive services for low-income people and special needs, those with special needs. So those came right out of the consolidated plan, which again we'll be looking at again this year. Again, program year runs June 1st to May 31st. The action plan outlines projects and funding levels, and this will be, upon council's approval, this will be brought to HUD for the annual application. And here's the budget, real quickly, an estimate of the grant. There's a bit of program income. There's some unspent reserves, and that's when a project sometimes takes multiple years to build. That's especially true on construction type projects. So that's the total resources, and then we have the list of projects. I'm not going to go into detail, but if there are questions on each one of them, a number of these are kind of not ongoing, but program elements that have been funded over the years that would continue. So this is the budget that is before council, and certainly staff is available to answer any questions you might have on the program. So that will conclude, and again, the action requested is to endorse the plan and approve the ordinance before council. So staff is now available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wadnall. A motion has been made and seconded. Council, do we have any questions or discussion on the motion? Did we not make the motion? Okay. Councilor LeBure.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious, have we in the past utilized the Section 108 loan guarantees at all? And if so, could you just speak to that history?
It has, yes, there has been a Section 108 loan that has recently been almost repaid. Maybe you can talk, Shannon, you can talk about what that was.
Yes, so we had one from 2007 to 2021. That was used for the Head Start and Ray Ross Park. So we have used them in the past, but it's kind of a long amount of time for repaying that loan.
Great.
Just wanted to elaborate a little bit. Typically, the Section 108 program is a loan program where the community can borrow against future funding. And essentially, it's done commonly with larger projects like the Ray Ross Park. There's something that can't be done in 1 year, that has to be phased, or it's just a larger amount that can't be handled in the current budget. So that's just a little background.
Thanks. And do we have anything on the radar that we're looking at in the future for that type of loan?
Not currently.
Okay. I'm just curious. Thanks. I really appreciate that. One thing I just wanted to comment on is with CDBG funds. Obviously, I think federal grants are challenging. I work on a few currently myself in my day job. But, you know, I think a lot of CDBG obviously is geared towards poverty reduction and things like that. So I'm kind of looking at the list of things. I guess one comment I have is just sort of park equipment. I know previously we've funded park equipment in the past as well with CDBG funds. I'm just sort of curious how that comes up when you're sort of looking at all the different criteria of, you know, potential projects.
Oh, did you say park equipment?
Yeah, that's the biggest piece of funding in this particular plan, and I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, the process is there's an interdepartmental staff that looks at projects and proposes projects, and then the staff will evaluate, make recommendations. Typically, the park projects are a bit larger, so in order to build anything in a park, it's fairly expensive. So they tend to be, when they come up to the top of the list, and this one's been on the list for a while, they tend to be a little bit, a little on the more cost, higher end than the cost.
I guess last question is energy conservation. Is that something that's on your radar as far as potential projects?
It certainly it can be. Again, we have to make sure that it is serving low to moderate income individuals and meets all the qualifications. But certainly that is a part of some of the upgrades. For example, there can be a furnace upgrade, and it has been done, and that certainly is energy conservation because, you know, more efficient furnaces being put in. So it does happen. It probably, but again, it has to, any of those objectives have to meet, you know, the low and moderate income requirements.
Great, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yes, thank you. I had a question just on page 12. The participant grid wasn't completed. And so wondering if that's something that we could just get more clarity on maybe at a future time. But I believe that it looks like everything was completed on March 5th. So just wondering, like, how many people did help inform this?
Yeah, so the participation plan gets updated when we upload it to HUD. And so this public hearing is part of that participation plan. So that's why it wasn't completed on the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to understand. And then I just had a question about the funding breakdown, and I'm looking at page 16. So follow along in my math, please. But the Head Start 900,000, I understand it's a June 1 to May 30th, but recent decisions made by this body, what impact does that have on this expected revenue source moving forward?
I don't know if I know the answer to that question.
So I think that what was the recent decision was to not. Could you maybe kind of.
So if we're not implementing Head Start programming in subsequent years, then we probably would not expect to see this revenue come back at $900,000 for Head Start. And that is in this next budget application, but it was my understanding that we were moving away from that.
Well, the funding in this funding source would not be affected by that decision. But I think whether to move forward in the future on supporting Head Start, I think that needs to be discussed further then. But at the time this budget was put together, there was that ongoing commitment to
So
Head Start.
does the $900,000 have to be earmarked for early childhood education? Because it comes from its origin is Head Start?
The 900,000 is the federal grant that has to meet grant requirements and can be used for a number of projects, and that was just one of the ways it could be used.
Right. So am I misunderstanding the number 3 on page 16, that copy at the bottom of the page, which is reading the Lakewood Head Start grant, which provides approximately $900,000 annually for comprehensive preschool and family support services. Is that an inflow or an outflow?
That is an outflow. I'm sorry, I was looking for my copy here. I don't have it in front of me. But that would be an outflow, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Lowe.
Yes, thank you. This is helpful. Obviously, this is a great list of projects that you all have, and clearly, the needs in our community for these low and middle income households are immense. Could you just briefly remind council, roughly what is the time cycle? This is clearly an annual process. Roughly when over the course of the year does this project list get finalized? And to the extent that, our constituents or folks in Lakewood or counselors maybe want to have some input with staff on the project list next year, when is the appropriate time to have those conversations?
Okay. There's two things. There's the annual program that's in front of you now, and that's usually developed somewhat later in the year because we have to take a look at what the funding source. We still don't know exactly, but it will be around 900,000. But I think the greater opportunity is, I mentioned, the 5-year plan, which will be starting, and that really sets priorities for the next 5 years. And that has an more extensive public involvement process, and the staff will be starting that process in the next couple months. So I think in terms of maybe best addressing your question, I think the 5-year plan really will have a more extensive and a broader look at what's important. Maybe what was important 5 years ago is a little bit different. Community needs haven't changed that much, but things have changed within 5 years, obviously. So I would, urge everyone, including council, to get involved in that process, and then certainly that will inform next year's project list as well. So we'll complete the 5-year plan, and again, that will inform next year's budget. So I think that would be the best way to do it. And again, every year it is kind of an internal process based upon a lot of priorities that every department in the city has, with community resources, public works, planning, and that kind of comes together within a few months before a presentation like this and before the deadline to set the action plan. But we do have to have an action plan in place to apply to HUD to start the program June 1st.
Very helpful. So to put a fine point on it, to the extent that we have constituents who have ideas or input and want to have input on that 5-year plan process, we can expect information from you all on how to get those opportunities to provide comment out to our constituents.
Yes, and there'll be obviously a public process on that, and that'll be coming out soon.
Great, thank you.
Counselor Cruz, then Counselor Ryan.
Thank you. looking at a lot of the priorities, I know there's a lot of these dollars that are coming into Ward 2. So I'm excited for a lot of the work that has been happening and will continue to happen in this space, leveraging these dollars. So I'm grateful for that. And I know a lot of my constituents are grateful for that. I had kind of maybe one question / point of clarification and then another question. So kind of to Councillor Lowe's question regarding, like, let's say a constituent or a new provider or whomever wants to get involved in this process or be considered as a potential grantee or applicant for these funds, would the process to direct them to be this engagement process, or are there another means of doing that?
Will certainly be part of this process, and also directly contact staff. I mean, we listen. If someone has an idea and they want to bring it forward, they certainly would have consideration and could potentially be put on the list. Again, looking at eligibility, I keep bringing that up, but it's important. It's critical. It's critical. But so being involved in the public processes, or directly urge people to directly contact staff with ideas, and certainly we could take a look at that, and that could be put into the mix for potential projects for the next cycle.
Great, that's super helpful. And then my second question, I appreciate you informing us about this participation process that's coming forward. Looking at the geographic map, right, of this area and thinking about Lakewood's Latino population, it's like pretty pretty aligned. And so I know that there's mention of involving the Spanish-speaking community, but I was just curious, kind of in this participation kind of process for the new plan, what does that look like, with a particular focus on our Latino community in Lakewood and for our Spanish-speaking residents?
Well, certainly, we do this on all of our projects. That's our intent. To reach out to the community, and if it's a Latino population, to have the appropriate materials in the appropriate language, or interpreters if need be. So that's kind of, I say standard, but that's the approach we take, and we need to take to reach all segments of the community. So depending upon the geographic area or the type of, or the population that we're looking at, we would continue to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you for your presentation, and please, in advance, put up with my ignorance on these types of funds, as I've just been learning about them this year. We heard a presentation, I think you were present, by a sustainability group that was talking about what kind of incentives we can give to our low to moderate income families to take advantage of certain grants that might be available. And one of the questions that I had was where the city is finding that money. Could these type of funds be used for that type of purpose if that should be a priority of the city?
The short answer is yes. Again, meeting qualifications, if it would serve the population with certain income levels. And I think some of that is occurring already, but certainly if that's a priority, that can be reflected in the program. I don't know, Shannon, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I think these funds are kind of used for nonprofits and organizations like the city. And so if that was an initiative that the city wanted to do, they might be eligible for that.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and place our vote. So again, we are voting on endorsing the projects and the funding levels for our Lakewood 2024 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant. Councilors, will you please go ahead and cast your votes? And that passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Will the city clerk please read item 11 into the record?
Item 11, ordinance O-2024-7, amending Title V of the Lakewood Municipal Code to enact a one-year moratorium on the annual adjustment of the city business and occupation tax rate. Second reading and public hearing.
Thank you. And I'll point out that there were no comments on Lakewood Speaks on this topic. I have no one signed up in chambers. Do we have anyone else that would like to contribute or make comment in the public hearing for this ordinance this evening? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Ms. Hodson, I understand there's a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Strom. There's not a presentation tonight. The presentation was on Liquid Speaks, but we do have our CFO, Holly Bjorklund, as well as Nicole Stair from our finance department, who are both here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you then. And with that, I'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
Mayor Strom, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-7 on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilors, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this topic? And we'll start with Councilor Olver.
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually ask that you give the presentation. It's like, yes, we've all seen it, but there's people here that probably don't know what we're talking about now, and there's definitely people at home that don't know what we're talking about. And so if there's a presentation, I think it should be presented. So I would request that we actually run it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Olver. We don't have a presentation available. It is available on Lakewood Speaks, though. We actually changed our practices a couple years ago when City Council asked us to not always have presentations, and that they are available on Lakewood Speaks, so that meetings didn't last for the sake of time. So what we've done is we've shifted to, I'm trying to remember the year and I can't, it's only been within the last couple of years, we shifted to doing a full extensive presentation on Lakewood Speaks, posting that with a lot of advance notice so that you can do that and ask your questions in advance so that staff can be really thorough in their answers and complete whatever research is necessary for additional questions. So at this point in time, we didn't receive questions from City Council, so therefore we aren't prepared for a presentation this evening.
Okay, but I understand. Okay, so you changed it before. I would wish we could change it back. And it's for the citizens. It's not for us. It's for them so they understand. I don't think we should be giving them homework for watching us run our show.
Thank you. And we absolutely can do that if that's something that the majority of council would like us to do. We can certainly do that. We can shift back to long-form presentations during council meetings. And we're happy to do it.
And Councilor Olver, thank you for reminding me gently to let our attendees know that this is available on Lakewood Speaks. We do have a video actually that is uploaded through YouTube, in addition to a staff memo and the full ordinance itself. So that is on there and has been for the last 10 days or so. So do we have any other councilors that wish to speak this evening? Councilor LeBure.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to thank our CFO, Ms. Bjorklund, both for bringing this, but also for answering my questions earlier in the week. So I really appreciate that. Always want to encourage staff to bring us bold ideas and try different things and be creative. So really appreciate you bringing us this. But I also just wanted to make a note and make a comment that I personally, even though I really appreciate you bringing it, I won't support it today. I just feel like we have a lot of community priorities that citizens are asking for, bike lanes, sidewalks, parkland, incentives we heard about today for conservation and all sorts of different challenges that I think the city faces. And so I don't really feel comfortable at this time, doing another moratorium on this particular item. But, if future ones come up, and I suspect it'll pass, but if future ones come up, I hope they come back to us and we have more opportunities to weigh in on these things. But I just personally won't be supporting it today.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bjorklund, and thanks for the helpful materials. I honestly thought about this a bit over the last week. I think Councillor LeBure makes an excellent point. I also thought you made a very compelling case for the value of doing this. On balance, on consideration, reviewing all the materials, I will be a yes vote tonight, and I think we should pass this. We are foregoing, I think your numbers were $181,000 over the next 8 months. And I just want to know, we just, for instance, had a conversation with some of our city staff just last week about, some of the other really important needs in our community around, affordable housing, around homelessness. There are important priorities. So I am frankly a little torn on the wisdom of just sending this money back. But on balance, I'm going to vote for it tonight. I think it makes sense under the circumstances. I think it would be worth just taking a look, next year and going forward to make sure that we're using these funds as strategically as possible in 2025 and beyond. But for the moment, for this evening, I will be a yes vote. And thank you for answering our questions.
Councillor Mayotte Guerrero.
Thank you. I think I have similar concerns, but I'd like to frame that as a question, what Councillor Lowe just said. I do think that in particular, the study session that we just recently went through about our emergency shelter, one of the real constraints about how to make sure that program, which is literally saving lives every single time we have a cold snap, and has been an innovation and a difficult innovation at that we've managed to do. Thank you for the time keep, Councillor Olver. I appreciate it. But I think that one of the things that we heard was, okay, it's approximately $50,000. If we have this many people, it's approximately $25,000. If we had a different amount of people, we're dealing with transportation because we have vouchers. And so I think in total, we were looking at somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000 on that program this season. And this is very close to fully funding that program, as an example. And so I wonder if this is a question that you could speak to. On that program in particular, we were able to fund it this year, and I hope we're able to next year as well, but those types of things do come up. So as a both motivated staff that works to do really incredible programs like this, and folks who are trying to be fiscally conservative, fiscally responsible, and also give back when we can to our community, can you just talk about weighing that a bit? And I know that was in the presentation, but I'd love for you to just speak to that.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So we look at those in two different ways in terms of actually looking at what the revenue we get and is it appropriate? Are we, in this case it's a fee, so are we charging the appropriate amount for that fee? And that's what it was evaluated based on, as well as the current economic situation that we're in, that there is a lot of inflation and that people are trying to be able to balance their own budgets. So looking at that in terms of what is the revenue that's coming in is a different question or consideration than actually looking at that program that you were talking about in terms of supporting the unhoused, in that we look at the entire amount of money that we have and what are the priorities for all the different things that the council wants to consider, the citizens want to consider, that staff have brought forward as well. So it's more considered in a larger bucket versus saying, well, this particular item could fund one other thing. We look at as in total, how do we want to support the city as a whole? And the reason for doing that is we really want to make sure that we're considering all the things that need to be considered, as well as prioritizing and efficiently using the funds. Does that answer your question?
Yep, that was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
And with that, we have made a motion and seconded. Are there any additional discussions on the motion? Councillor Ryan and Councillor Sinks.
I apologize for not asking this in advance, and so if you know, I'd love the answer. Do you know where we stand in comparison to other cities for this fee?
I don't have that with me, but that's something that we can provide if needed.
No, it's all right. I mean, would you say we're on the high side or the low side? Is there any ability to?
I believe we have been on the higher side, but with the 2 moratoriums, I think with several cities that we're getting to be closer to some of the, not all the cities, but some of the higher cities.
So we're approaching the average then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sinks.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but just to highlight the extreme concern to be fiscally responsible. And there's so many needs in the city, so many. And yet, let's also balance, some of the needs that businesses have with low income, et cetera. So I really appreciate this effort. I appreciate the fiscal conservative and responsibility that the city has, and also appreciate the wanting to support businesses with this balance. So I think it's a great idea.
All right, Council, thank you so much. And with that, we'll go ahead and start voting. Okay. And that passes 6 yeses, 5 noes. Okay. Mr. Robb, will you please read item number 12 into the record?
Thank you. Item 12, Ordinance O-2024-8, repealing and reenacting Title III, Chapter 1, Part 3 of the Lakewood Municipal Code regarding imposition and administration of the city's sales and use tax license. Second reading, public hearing.
Okay, and I'll note at this time that we have no comments on Lakewood Speaks. There is a staff presentation on lakewoodspeaks.org. Again, we have Holly Bjorklund, our Chief Financial Officer, here and available to answer questions. You don't have a presentation for this evening, right? Okay. Do we have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2024-8 on second and final reading.
Second.
And I have no one that has signed up to speak on this topic here in Chambers. Before we move on, is there anyone that would like to now speak on this topic this evening? Nope. Okay. All right, then council will open it up to questions and dialogue. Do we have anyone that wishes to ask questions or discussion? All right, well, we'll go ahead and open up the vote. We are repealing and reacting Title III of the Lakewood Municipal Code regarding imposition and administration of the city sales and use tax license. Please cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses, no nos. All right, and with that, we will go ahead and open general public comment for the evening. I will make note that we do now have 6 public comments available on liquidspeaks.org. So quick note to council that we do have at least one new comment that's come in this evening, so we will keep an eye on that through tomorrow at 10 a.m. I do have folks that have signed up here to speak this evening. This again is for items that did not fall on the agenda this evening. So anything that you otherwise were wanting to bring to City Council tonight, we're now opening up that comment period. Again, the rules of order are speakers get 3 minutes unless you have pooled your time, and with that we would need a pooled time sheet. 4 speakers will get up to 10 minutes. And I will ask that, we want to be supportive of everything, and I do know that we have differing opinions in here. I will ask that we refrain from any kind of laughing, applauding, booing, all of those things. This is a business meeting, and welcome to hear everybody's comments, questions, and concerns this evening, but we do ask that everyone remain peaceful. And I will then go ahead and we'll start calling our commenters up this evening, and we'll start with Mr. Mace. Mr. Mace, there you are. Mr. James Mace. And with that, commenters, as you come up, please announce your name and address, or name and ward, and then we'll get your clock started.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. James Mace, Ward 1. I'm here tonight because I have a major concern. Again, the elevators for all over the city have been used as toilets. Again, the homeless are causing problems. I've sent in numerous pictures to Dan Stadelmeyer. I've sent in numerous pictures, and I'm very concerned the crime is raising in Lakewood. I'm concerned because the crime against people with mental and physical challenges is also raising. I don't know if you guys got my packet, my little pamphlet today, but at the same time, I'm tired and I feel like my safety is being compromised because this council will not do anything about it. You cannot get a hold of the police department. It is like pulling teeth out there to get a hold of Lakewood PD. It is, you can't even get a hold of the police chief. And I don't even know why the city even hired him, because the bottom line is, you can't get a hold of him. I have tried and tried and tried, time and time again. Guys, I'm tired of reporting stuff. Do something about it. Thank you.
All right. Please, I'm going to ask no noises, okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Mace. And next we have Bernie Rufinock, Ward 3? Okay, thank you. And then after that, Connie Reddick.
Bernie Rufinock, Ward 3. I got the thing is that on this general discussion, I got here early tonight so I could sign up so I wouldn't have to wait forever, but I really shouldn't have to. I found out that many other of the cities in the area have either made people who are talking about national and international issues other than city issues, either not allowed to speak at all, ruled as a general non-city business, or wait to the end of the line. And Lakewood hasn't, so now we are a magnet. And I've heard this from some of the actual people who are the problem, is that they come here because other cities have not allowed them to do their international political speech at their city council meetings. I think I would really like the council to check with, city attorney and find out what can be what can be done? I think on the sign-up sheets, there should be a pecking order. First priority, people who are residents of Lakewood. They're in the first group. And, for city issues. Second group, maybe then, other, non-residents on anything, that's city-related. And then after that, non-residents that are on, and if possible, on these internationals, just to ban them. I've had some of the people, they tell me, well, we want to get the city to donate money to certain causes. Well, I believe state laws and charters say that I don't think you can spend money on political activity or political causes. I don't believe that's even legal. I don't want it to happen, but I don't think you could. And so I think you gotta clamp down and just either, if you can ban international talk, any non-city issues, or make them wait so those of us who are residents who have city issues to talk about, that we can, don't have to wait for them. And, a lot of it is, I think, imposing a certain political view and you got a captive audience. Maybe let them say, okay, the bandstand at Vilmar, that's not being used at time. You can go there. Whoever cares enough to hear you talk week after week on the same thing can come and listen, but they're imposing on a captive audience, and I don't think that's right. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Rufinock. Ms. Reddick.
This is Earth Day, so what I'd like to say that all people should have the equality to speak and have a place to live and be able to eat. The thing is I see that you have helped the homeless, but my question is, what about me? I come in every meeting and bring up the issues about what's going on in my living conditions. I gave you all 2 weeks ago some paperwork that they had given us in our apartment building about the whole building being infested with bed bugs. I have beautiful clothes, I have a service dog, and I don't want to have to deal with this. And it is a public health problem. I don't think that's, Jacob, that is funny. And so I want to see what you can do about it. And some of you do think it's funny. It's okay, because it'll come back on your karma and on you. Because I am not asking for anything that anybody else doesn't get as a person that has lived here all their life, has put money into the system, my family members that put into the system. I am Indigenous, so when I see people smirking at me and treating me disrespectful, it really bothers me. I mean, it is not funny, the things that's going on in that building, because it's not only going to be affecting me, it's affecting other elderly people. And the problem is, we have dogs. If they walk out, they go into the public, and if there's a bug on them, I actually was going to bring you all a little water bottle with a bug in it that I found in the hallway so that you could have it in front of you to see what's going on. When you see a public health problem like that, you do something about it. I also want to say, I've come here over and over and over again about the issue of my housing. And you heard this HUD man say about how, we have to live in a healthy environment. We also have these machines that spurt out like gases and black smoke where all the runners are going through right by my door practically, and nobody seems to know what's going on in the city. I mean, this causes cancer. And so when I bring up these issues, it's not only about me, it affects everybody in that building, everybody out in the public, and I want you to do something about it. I want you to take me seriously. I'm not a joke. And when you treat me with disrespect, I don't treat you that way. I don't tell you
Ms.
it's
Reddick,
okay
your
to
time
live
is
the
up.
way that I'm living. So I'm asking you, please, to do something about this.
Then we have David Winslow. After Mr. Winslow, we have Fareed Amin, and then Aisha Amin, and then Sarah Napier.
I'm in Ward 1, and I'm here to protest or let you know that there are a lot of people that are disappointed in closing the Whitlock outdoor pickleball courts. And I just want to bring up a few things. The pickleball, I imagine most of you know what a pickleball is. Here is an outdoor pickleball. Anybody know how loud that is? How many decibels do you think that was? Well, that was about 80 decibels at 20 feet. An indoor pickleball is about 70 decibels at 20 feet. I don't think anybody here winced as I hit a pickleball in here, but pickleball courts are being shut down because they violate ordinances that are not designed for pickleball. They're just ordinances that have been set up. A few other things. A schoolyard is 90 to 100 decibels. Remember, these were 80 and 70 decibels. A baseball bat, a wood baseball bat, is about 80 decibels, about the same as a pickleball. A metal baseball bat is 110 decibels. I don't see you shutting down ballparks with metal bats. There are a lot of things that go on. Lakewood used to be a really popular tennis destination. Not so much. Tennis has died out. Pickleball is the #1 growing sport in the world. It's the #1 growing sport in the United States. China is building hundreds of thousands of pickleball courts. They're planning to win the Olympics 12 years from now. Pickleball is growing. We shouldn't be shutting down pickleball courts. We should be encouraging them. The Whitlock community polices those courts. They clean those courts. They clean up after the homeless when the homeless come in those courts. We were given 12 days to leave those courts that are going to be shut down. Lakewood used to be a destination where out-of-staters came to socialize, to play pickleball. That's moving to Arvada. It's moving to Littleton because Lakewood is shutting things down. Lakewood shut down the Green Mountain pickleball courts because one neighbor complained over and over. There was never a hearing on this. There was two posters posted on the fences there saying they'll be closed May 1st. Where was the community hearing about this?
Mr. Winslow, your time is up.
All right. That's 120 decibels. Every one of you jumped when I blew that. Thank you.
Thank you. Fareed Amin. Okay.
Good evening. Distinguished members of the Lakewood City Council, my name is Fareed Amin. As a resident of Lakewood, I am here to earnestly ask you to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. My colleagues have been frequenting the meeting here in order to help stop this ongoing genocide. If you are sick and tired of hearing about this genocide, imagine how sick the Palestinians are experiencing it. Trust me, it is not about Hamas or the October 7th. In fact, it never was. They are used to continue this ongoing genocide, and here I am trying to convince you of that. Let's listen to Yaakov Sharif, the son of the second Israeli prime minister, who says, quote, I am collaborating with a criminal country, the state of Israel, and the Zionist enterprise were born in sin. Israel is the country occupying and abusing another people. Our national agenda is blood, death, and violence. Israel lives on the sword and sharpens it. I am completely alienated from it, unquote. Talking about Holocaust, the well-known Holocaust survivor Noam Chomsky says, quote, education is memorizing is not that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. Further, at Tel Aviv University, archaeologist Professor Zayef Herzog, who seems to be related to the current Israeli president, talks about the Israelis' relationship to the land of Palestine, saying, quote, after 70 years of digging and excavations in Israel, we have reached dead end. The whole matter is fabricated. We have not found a single piece of evidence confirming our historical presence in this land. With that said, I wonder why some fall for the lies, the hypocrisy, and the genocidal policies of Israeli officials, while their actions are not only criminal and barbaric, but also anti-Semitic, as they are imprisoning, beating, and torturing real Jews, and ethnically cleansing their cousins, the Arab Palestinians, who are also Prophet Abraham's descendants. One beautifully explains the situation, saying, quote, as the world acts as silent spectators to Israelis' war, it is not Palestinians who are dying in Gaza. It's also humanity's moral compass that is dying. Please call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Aisha, please, no clapping.
Hello, my name is Aisha Amin, and I'm 12 years old. Today I'm here to call on the Lakewood City Council to pass for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I am not Palestinian, I'm an Afghan, but I have lived through the nightmare of Western bombings tearing apart my homeland, leaving behind a trail of death and unspeakable suffering. I have witnessed the dehumanization of my people. Their deaths have reduced to mere statistics. So no, I'm not Palestinian, but I'll be damned if I don't stand up for them. Israel's genocide campaign has destroyed at least 70% of Gaza's infrastructure, including homes, schools, mosques, churches, and hospitals. More than 600,000 civilians in Gaza have been killed by Israeli forces since October 7th. This number includes more than 300,000 children, 134 journalists and media workers, and at least 490 health workers, and at least 244 aid workers. At least 28 children have died due to malnutrition and dehydration. The youngest one was 1 day old. One child is killed or injured every 10 minutes. More than 77,000 people have been injured, many of them critically wounded. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Sarah Napier, Heather Trainer, and then Rick Cresswell.
Hi. I'm Sarah. I'm an educator and I work with children. And I look them in the eyes and I cry every single day. Because children deserve better. The fact that a 12-year-old just stood up here, probably really scared to speak in front of you, should say something. I want you to look at her again. I look at those children every day and I tell them that they deserve better. But it's a lie, right? It's hard to look at children these days and tell them that things are going to get better. To ease their fear, to make sure that they feel seen and heard, and they want to know that adults are doing something, right? But apparently, we ease the pain for certain children, right? We make stances when it comes to Ukraine. We make stances when there are white children. We make stances when they look like us.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you guys please? I'm asking for quiet. This is a meeting. I appreciate all of you coming out, but we do want to give every speaker the opportunity to speak and allow every person here to hear what they're saying. Please continue.
Right? We made stances when it came to Ukraine. We stopped it immediately. So are we saying that Ukrainian children are better, that they deserve more than Palestinian children, right? We would never say that stuff out loud. Would you say that stuff out loud? No, probably because I would come off racist, right? You don't want to do that. But you have sat here for 200 days in your comfortable seats and have done absolutely nothing. We have tried every single thing. People are like, why city council meetings? Why? Why should we care? Why should we come here, right? What can you do? We elected you. These are our tax dollars that are going to aiding Israel's war crimes. We can stand here and tell you every single thing that they have done, but apparently you do not care because it's been 200 days. So we're asking you to do your job, to look at those children eye to eye every single day like I do on the news, and to care, to do your job, because when I don't do my job as an educator, right, that works with children, I get fired, right? So your job, right, is to listen to the people that live in your communities and to do something when it comes to the biggest moral crisis of our time, right? So we're asking you just to do something, to make a stance. Clear, it's simple. It's a moral stance. It's not a political stance, it's a moral stance. It says, I deeply believe that all children deserve the right to live regardless of skin color, regardless of where they were born, because I didn't get to decide that. Did you decide that? No. So why do Palestinians die for 200 days, but Ukrainians, we did it instantly. We stopped it instantly. Just to think about. I don't know. Thank you.
Heather Trainer.
Hello, I'm Heather Trainer, Ward 2. And I do want to connect some dots. There's been really great speakers and just discussion in general. Yes, today is Earth Day, right? And I want to highlight, we see patterns, right? Even chaos, if you let it run long enough, it finds a pattern. And oppression has a pattern worse than chaos because it happens even quicker, right? We heard from constituents that are saying they're being neglected, and we know that our disabled population in America is fodder, right? The same way we can see overseas Palestinians, it's the same fight, it's rising tides. There's a lot of talk about money. We have to find money. We always find it for war. And we can choose to shower less, and we can absolutely make inclusive green spaces and get rid of invasive species. But if we do not stop the U.S. military, and I am talking about the contractors, not the people on bases living paycheck to paycheck off of donations, okay? I'm talking about where our money gets spent, right? We have blank checks for genocide. And we cannot take care of our neighbors here and abroad, right? Thoughts and prayers don't save children in schools. We still have that challenge. I get it, it's scary. As other people have said, these are all of our children. We are part of a community. We talk about land back. We talk about stewards of the earth. The Palestinians are stewards of their earth. We need to learn from them before it's too late. They have shown up for us. For those that do not know, when there was uprisings in this country and there was tear gas shot in people's faces, mainly black and brown youth. Do you know who was telling us how to save ourselves? It was Palestinians saying, your government has already done this to us. Please put milk in your eyes. Run to the wind. Do not use water. It will pass. The stinging passes. If you do it correctly, you can retain eyesight, right? They have been teaching us how to care for ourselves, and we cannot reciprocate if we do not want to listen and at least try. It is a first step, but if we don't make it, how do we move forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Cresswell, then Valerie Passerini, and then Mr. Muller. You're up again after Valerie. Oh, okay. Valerie Passerini.
Hi there, Valerie Passerini, Ward 2. And Lakewood, as Colorado's 5th largest city, has its share of problems. Lack of affordable housing, a plethora of derelict and abandoned businesses, which if you know anything about me, you know it drives me nuts. High property crime rates, check, and check. And I know that people would argue that City Council, you have your hands full with all of these problems and that you shouldn't take any time to weigh in on anything that concerns U.S. foreign policy, but I disagree. As the famous saying goes, all politics is local. And I have 4 reasons why I'm standing before you tonight, asking you to use your voice. City Council members, you share constituents with your congressional delegation here in Colorado. There's a lot of overlap. City Council members, you possess a unique ability to be proxies for these shared constituents. We have run into a situation here in Colorado where we do not appear to have any representation for those members in Congress. I'm very thankful that here in Lakewood we have public meetings, we have Lakewood Speaks, we have some face-to-face time with our city council members. Many of you have made yourselves available, you're in the community. I can't say the same for a congressional delegation, and I know that there are conversations had between our congressional leaders. Congressman Pedersen, for instance, is a Lakewood resident. I know that elected members here in Lakewood do speak and have a way to say, we are listening to our constituents, unlike our congressional representatives in Colorado who emails go into, some sort of purgatory. They're not available for any public-facing events at all. They have refused to meet with us. And I did want to say that while you may think that we don't have any ability to directly change U.S. policy within the 4 walls, a rounded wall and the other 3 behind me, but we are sending a message that not in our names and never again means never again for everyone. And those of us that are active in local politics will remember what our city council did during this time. And so that's why I think it's important, and to answer the question of, why you should take a stand on this like 100 other cities have done so far in the US. So ceasefire now.
Mr. Muller.
Good evening, my public servants. I was going to come in tonight and do a recap of all the homeless problems that we've got and all that stuff. And And I've been listening tonight, and I thought, no, I'm going to talk about something else. And then I'll have one question at the end. Me and three of my friends, all three of which have died, we had a little group together that we went and took care of families that were poor, fixing their hot water heaters or fixing their furnaces or fixing their toilets or fixing sinks, fixing decks. And seniors were the worst because they took such a beating this year. I mean, we got a 3% increase, 9% cost of living increase, but we only got a 3% increase. And then they raised Medicare up 3%. So we got, so seniors are taking a beating. I mean, a terrible, terrible beating. And any time, right now, especially with the cost of food, the cost of gas, public service, they've taken so many hits on natural gas and electricity. These seniors are getting run out of their houses because they can't afford the bills. So every time you say, we're just going to take another $50 out of their pocket, it really hurts these people, and it hurts me. You know, I've been retired for, I don't know, 12 years, 13 years now, and I've helped so many people that just needed their decks fixed or rails put up so they could go outside. Bathroom holders, all this stuff we donated our time to. But when you raise prices, it kills these people. It kills these low-income people. They don't have the money to even buy food, and you're raising their taxes and their fees, stormwater fees. You doubled them, for Christ's sake. I had one little old lady, I had to fix her toilet. She says, "Why, I just paid this bill. Now I got another one." I said, that's the city of Lakewood. They're greedy. They think they can spend your money better than you can. Well, I need to spend it on food. I think that would be a better option than giving it to the city. You're taxing seniors to death. You're putting fees on them that are killing them. We're taking a beating with the cost of living. It's horrendous. They can't fix their cars. That's completely out of the question. I had one lady said, "Can you fix my transmission?" "No, I can't fix it." And I took it to a dealer, and he said, "It's going to cost $12,000 to replace her transmission." I said, "Just call a junk dealer. Tell them to come and pick it up. You can't afford it, and that car's not worth it." Why are you doing this to these seniors and the low-income people? You're so worried about them, and it's nothing. Anyway, my last question.
Your time is actually expired, Mr. Mueller.
Can I ask one question?
Your time's expired.
Okay.
You can email it in, and thank you for the reminder. Public comment is a one-way. We are not able to answer questions this evening. If you do have direct questions, feel free to email your city council, and we'd be happy to help you there.
And you always get an answer.
All right, Ms. Weathers, you're up. And we have also, can you point out for me Bruce Morrison and Tom Gottlieb? Thank you both. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandy Weathers. I live in Ward 3. Dear esteemed members of council, I come before you today exactly 3 months after my last ask for council to pass a ceasefire resolution. 3 months ago, I submitted a letter with my concerns that our congressional delegation is ignoring its constituents. Their continued sidestepping is why I renew my call today. I want Lakewood to set an example of listening and addressing the concerns of its constituents. During the last 3 months, I want to call attention that there have been an additional 10,000 deaths in Gaza. I want that to sink in for a second. So since the last time I submitted my request, 10,000 additional people have died. I also want to mention I did have the opportunity to have this conversation with Councillor Lowe before he was even sworn in. At that time, the death toll for children was 1,200. Today, we're at 14,000 dead children. Please let that sink in as well. For those of you who say it's not council's place to weigh in on foreign matters, I disagree. When our tax dollars pay for the 2,000-pound bombs used to kill innocent children, we should all weigh in. $2 million from Lakewood. We are all guilty of committing this genocide. This does not sit well with me, and I refuse to be complicit in all of this. So for the past 6 months, I've done everything I can to get my Congresswoman's attention. This has included sending emails, calling, meeting with her staffers, protesting outside of her office, and disrupting Democratic Party fundraisers. None of this has worked. Congresswoman Pedersen, a Lakewood resident, continues to vote for Israel to receive money for weapons. In fact, just this weekend, voting yes for $23 billion in funding for them to buy our weapons. She condemns pro-Palestinian free speech. She voted against UNRWA humanitarian aid funding and continues, even after October 7th, to accept donations from the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee. Today, I am begging for your help. Please take a stand against genocide and call for a ceasefire resolution. We need to demonstrate to our morally bankrupt Congresswoman that her constituents do not share her pro-Israel values. She works for us, not them. I am well aware that the 10 of you in front of me, 10 out of the 11, are Democrats. And your inaction on this matter, for whatever reasons you have to not bring a ceasefire forward has just led me to believe that party politics are behind this decision. I'm getting the impression that loyalty to Brittany Pedersen is more important than the cries of your constituents. I know many of you personally. With my heart of hearts, I do not believe that any of you agreed to run for office because you wanted to be loyal to the Democratic Party. I truly believe each and every one of you are up there for the right reasons. So I will ask you again, I beg of you, please put forward a ceasefire resolution. I know you've received a long document outlining an in-depth resolution for you to review. If this document is too overwhelming, I ask you to please do what Glenwood Springs did. They decided to vote on the first sentence, which is an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and occupied West Bank, immediate unhindered humanitarian aid to Gaza, and release of all the hostages and arbitrarily detained Palestinian civilians in order to work towards a long-term lasting peace. It's that easy. All we need is two people, one to make the motion and the other to approve. We want everyone to go on the record for this. Other than upsetting the Congresswoman, I don't understand the risk. I really don't. Please be on the right side of history. Please stand with us, your constituents, and not on the side of our freshman Congresswoman. And I do want to end saying a few things. I do empathize for all of you. You guys have to listen to us. Our Congresswoman doesn't, obviously. She pre-screens her town hall meetings and has staged callers. So I get it. It's not fair. It's not fair, a lot of this, but we don't have a choice, and we're not just going to sit still idly by while this is happening on our watch. I also want to mention I was grateful for the LAC presentation because it reminded me about Earth Day. If we're concerned about climate, we need to stop funding the military-industrial complex because they're a big cause of our climate crisis. And all this money, they're saying we want, I heard the guy, he was like, we want money to do this, and we can't because, well, where's all of our money going? It's going to war. It is our tax dollars from here are going to war. It's not okay. I have a video that I'm going to ask Mr. Rob to play in just a second. Hold on just a second. This video, I just want to preface it just a little bit because, as I mentioned, me and my friends have been working really hard to try to get the Congresswoman's attention. We did go to her office hours in Edgewater recently, and we presented her a letter. We hand-delivered this letter. I am going to give you a copy of this letter if you'd like to sign. Please be my guest, but I'd like you to see this, and the video that's going to play is us giving her this letter. So, thank you.
Do you know why she's supporting the Hebrew genocide? The Congresswoman is very concerned about the ongoing conflict with protecting civilian life from genocide. She's concerned should be meeting with it, should be calling for a ceasefire.
on behalf of one of us with a members report. I was told I'd hear back. I haven't received it. So I don't know how we can impress on them how important it is that we actually have a meeting.
I certainly understand, and I can pass this request along to our.
Over the last 6 months, Israel has killed nearly over 30,000 people, 44% of which are children, orphaned over 17,000 children, injured over 76,000 people, killed nearly 100 journalists, killed over 200 humanitarian aid workers, destroyed 70% of homes in Gaza, blocked 8 trucks from delivering much-needed food, supplies, and medicine, bombed mosques, refugee camps, churches, kindergartens, and universities, attacked every hospital in Gaza, kidnapped and tortured doctors, shot at civilians while trying to receive food rations.
What was that? Type 2 has nothing to do with sugar. How is that possible? Did you know that every single organ of your body needs sugar to function? Here's the truth. If you can...
I'm guessing you're done. Are you done? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have Dr. Mohammed Kouzes. I'm sorry, I'm sure I didn't say that right.
Respected council members, before I start, I'd like to have Richard stand up and show us all the shirt he chose to wear as we are here discussing the council taking a stance and council members already taking a stance. For the rest of the people here who are interested in actually hearing what we have to say, I'm here to make an argument as to why we need to pass the ceasefire resolution, not just for the people in Colorado, but specifically for the people in Lakewood. As we gather here today, our hearts are heavy with the weight of the traumas unfolding in Palestine and Gaza, where innocent people are caught in the crossfire of Israel's unjust and relentless assault on humanity. And yet, even as we mourn the lives lost in the name of Zionist colonialism, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. Our own government is complicit in these atrocities, with our tax dollars funding the terrorist state of Israel. The running total of $300 billion since its foundation in aid to Israel is not just a number. It is a testament to our government's prioritization of military might over human rights, of oppression over justice. But the injustices we see are not confined in distant lands. Here in Colorado, our own communities are grappling with the crisis of homelessness and migration, with individuals and families struggling to find shelter, support, and solidarity in a system that too often fails them. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The bombs in Vietnam explode at home. They destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America." The sentiment rings even more true today as we witness the devastating impact of our leaders' misplaced priorities. While some would have you believe these issues are foreign and have no relevance here, we speak publicly at multiple city council meetings and protest precisely because this issue affects us all. According to recent data, the number of homeless individuals in Colorado continues to rise year on year. Depending on the season, there's about an average of 9,000 to 10,000 people experiencing homelessness on any given night. In Lakewood, that number goes up to about 2,000 when the weather improves, as I'm sure you guys know. In addition to the currently pending $26 billion bonus package to Israel, which will cost every one of 330 million Americans $100. So all of you guys today invested $100, or this week we'll be investing $100 to Israel. I really hope it pays off for you. Which in Colorado alone, in Colorado alone, nearly $76 million of our hard-earned tax dollars, $4 million of which come from Lakewood, have been allocated to Israeli weapons, funds that could be used to make a tangible difference right here in our communities. I was here when we were discussing the Navigation Center, arguing over a fund of $1.5 million, y'all, a tiny drop in comparison. Why do Americans and American citizens always come second when it comes to funding and action? Instead of fueling violence and oppression abroad, imagine what we could do with so much money right here at home. We spend an average of $25 per day per person to provide housing. Think about it. We could house over 9,000 mothers, fathers, and children, effectively ending homelessness in Lakewood and Colorado streets. But we don't, because our system and some leaders prioritize murder and profit over humanity. A call for a ceasefire today and in the future is a direct repudiation of this broken system. It states clearly and unequivocally that the Honorable Council and people of Lakewood are tired of the death and destruction in our name, that we are tired of wasting our money feeding and bombing a captive population of children to further the goals of a terrorist foreign nation. It is a strong statement that you stand against injustice anywhere and that you stand with people and recognize their humanity wherever and whomever they may be. I encourage you to call for a ceasefire. And as an aside, speaking on my own personal experiences, certain members of this council have disrespected me, specifically outside of this council, but it is inappropriate for anyone who claims to represent this council to behave in that manner.
Thank you. Hannah, no, that's not how this works. Please, I don't want to ask you to leave. We've got folks that are here to, we're not here to have an argument, okay? Thank you. Hannah Simons, you're up next.
All right, and I do have 3 people seating me their time, so I should have 10 minutes.
Thank you, thank you.
My name is Hannah. I'm here today on the 3-month anniversary of my younger sibling's suicide as an exhausted, disabled young adult who is tired of the reality of having my free speech impinged on from all sides. From the national government trying to ban our communication apps in the name of data protection, to a local government who allows the rhetoric that we should quietly accept the status quo of violence that each of you is making the conscious choice to perpetuate. Sitting atop the pedestal of privilege that a position of power provides, I wonder if many of you have forgotten the concrete ways that your lack of moral integrity and taking a stance against the act of genocide being committed against the people of Palestine affects the most vulnerable individuals within your own population here in Lakewood. The same people of this city who express being made uncomfortable by the idea of Lakewood taking action to aid in the local migrant crisis are emboldened by your lack of support for displaced people abroad. While your citizens who are most at risk of being targeted by violence due to their minority status, most at risk of houselessness due to job insecurity, discrimination, or medical debt from disability, are made to be more unsafe. The point of difference here being that the people with the most wealth and power are being made to feel uncomfortable, and the people who are in the highest risk groups are being made physically unsafe. This paints a clear analogy with the dynamic between the settler state of Israel and the country of Palestine, and impresses upon us how silence and the enforcement of politeness culture gives power to the cruel people who take advantage of a power vacuum to echo their hateful falsehoods over the facts of an oppressed population. My family is Puerto Rican, and the violence I have witnessed upon Palestine and using our tax dollars mirrors in many ways that of which has been done in Puerto Rico, as well as against Black and Indigenous Americans. The violation on women by the Israeli occupation forces is well documented. A recent case of a pregnant woman being raped by an IOF soldier in Al-Shifa Hospital during the IOF raid of the hospital, her family members forced to watch under threat of death. A historical case of forced sterilizations of Black Ethiopian Jews within the borders of Israel itself make clear Israel's goals not to be a safe haven for Jewish people, but to be a white ethno-state. The fact that Palestinian Jews are being murdered alongside the Palestinian Muslims and Christians living in Gaza reinforces the fact that this is not a religious war. Trauma from violence like this goes beyond the physical. Aside from bloodlines being wiped from existence, with what we know about trauma being passed down genetically, even those who are spared come out of this with an inescapable shadow of these wounds and of cultural loss. I mentioned that I lost my sibling to suicide 3 months ago today. Within my family, the wounds of a cultural genocide generations ago are more than invisible. The violence of Christopher Columbus and the Catholic Church showed up through the hands that my grandfather laid on my mother. And it shows in my 22-year-old sibling being alienated from a colorful history of gender non-conforming Indigenous ancestors. It shows in my family's lack of access to ancestral homelands and in how we feel displaced in the very country of which we were born into. It shows in the fact that money is flowing from my taxes in the form of at least $2,500,000 from Lakewood alone into funding Israel's weapons of wars instead of programs for our communities here. I don't think I need to elaborate on how much that money alone could accomplish in the hand of community-minded citizens like myself. I close today with the request that you pass a resolution supporting a ceasefire in Gaza, which includes the immediate and unhindered passage of humanitarian aid into Gaza, a release of all arbitrarily detained Palestinian political prisoners, and an end to all U.S. funding and weapons support to Israel. Support that has been used indiscriminately by Israel to support violence in which 44% of their casualties, about 15,000 out of nearly 40,000 murders, have been children. I beg of you to not just call for an end to the funding, but to do everything in your power to bring our tax dollars back home to the U.S., to support community care programs that can eliminate the need for city discourse about houselessness and migrant crises. Because these subjects should be a national issue being addressed with the billions of dollars we are instead sending abroad to support a genocide. And if you should posit that my vulnerability here today comes from a place of naivety, childishness, or mental illness, I ask of you, what kind of mental illness is it to hear the news that Israeli drones have been luring Palestinians in with the sounds of crying children before shooting them, and still choose to put your future potential political career within this crumbling system over taking a stand with the power that you have right now? Right now, at this very moment, I just saw the news before I came up here, the U.S. consulate in Istanbul is working to prevent the Freedom Flotilla from reaching its goal to deliver aid to Gaza, a fleet carrying hundreds of international human rights observers transporting 5,500 tons of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Every day, our country takes further actions to continue this forced famine on the besieged population of Gaza. And without national pressure from all levels of our government, this violence will continue. As Sandy said, we are having our voice silenced, unable to communicate with any of our higher government representatives in a meaningful way. And if you continue to refuse to stand for us, we will have no choice but to organize to replace you with people who will. If you take one thing away from my words today, I hope it is a better understanding on the complex ways with which these local and international issues are intertwined, and why the responsibility lies in your hands to take a stance and fight for us, your constituents. Displaced people, I see them here in Lakewood. I see Venezuelans, desperate children. I see two women with a little girl who can't be more than 7 years old on our own streets. We have the funding. We're just putting it towards the wrong places. And all of you are complicit in not taking a firm stance against this. And I hope you realize how painful it is to people who have already gone through so much pain, so much unnecessary pain. My non-binary sibling, they went through so much, from religious violence to violence against them for their sexuality and their gender presentation. And all I can think of now is the students like Nex Benedict and Alex Franco, who were murdered here in the US, the anti-trans sentiment, which has become so prolific, that same idea of our politicians refusing to solidify rights for trans people applies for our houseless people, for our disabled people, for our immigrants. Every single group is at risk right now. Thank you. Ceasefire now.
Thank you, Ms. Simons. Next, we have Patrice, either Patrice or Patrick B.C. Fox, then Laura Gonzalez, and Dr. Patty Fuster Aguilera is after that. For anybody that's come in, if you want to speak this evening, have not signed up yet, Mr. Rob, do we have the sign-up sheets with you? Okay, over here on the end of this table, anyone can sign up. And again, LakewoodSpeaks.org is available if anyone wants to sign up and just make a comment directly towards that. Ms. Poston, I do have yours. Do we have a Patrice? Patrick? Okay. Laura Gonzalez? Thank you.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3? Okay, just give me 1 second. Buenas tardes. Kualitiokat. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Gonzalez, and I identify as a Maya Mopan and Itzá indigenous woman. I am here to speak on behalf of only myself as a descendant and survivor of one of many settler genocidal colonial projects in Turtle Island, which is now known as the continent of America. I acknowledge that I'm standing on Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute indigenous lands. That means that if you're not indigenous, you are a settler. As the land we're currently standing on is a 500 settler colonial project, which is an almost copy-paste method for what Israel is doing in Palestine. My demands are pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, defund the almost 2.5 million city tax dollars that you sent to Israel, assure that our freedom of speech is protected in our city. Let me tell you why I'm here today. I will try my best to speak in 3 minutes about my personal connection to the Palestinian cause as a non-Palestinian indigenous woman on Earth Day and how our liberations are bound with each other and not against each other. Again, I'm a Mayan person. I come from Guatemala and the south of Mexico. We survived the silent Holocaust, which a lot of you, I bet, don't know right now. That Holocaust lasted more than 40 years from the 60s and ended in 96. Almost 1 million of my people were murdered. My mother remembers what happened. There was 17 bullets in my grandma's house. It's not just that I'm trying to heal the intergenerational trauma of 500 years of the land that you're standing on, but I'm still just trying to heal my mama's trauma. And you know what I feel when I see these children? I know that if this genocide were to end tomorrow, we have caused so much harm for so many generations, and you're still silent living as settlers. And there are some settlers that are trying to do good work, but there are settlers that do not care, like Richard Oliver. Also, today is Earth Day. What is the point of having Earth Day if we're not doing anything while we're watching an ecocide? We're not just seeing a genocide, we're watching an ecocide live. Let me give you some statistics. 90% of water sources of Gaza are contaminated. The planet warming emissions generated during the first 2 months of the war in Gaza were greater than the annual carbon footprint of more than 20 of the world's most climate vulnerable nations. This will eventually impact Lakewood. We do not live in an isolated global community. 40% of agricultural land is destroyed. 1/3 of greenhouses is destroyed. 90% of agricultural land destroyed in northern Gaza. The illegal white phosphorus indiscriminately thrown at Palestinians and Lebanese people have a long-term effect in the environment, which leaves 10% of its toxic properties in soil and water. 70% of Gaza's infrastructure is destroyed. Schools, mosques, universities, one of the oldest Christian churches. If we have Christian people, why are you not saying anything right now? 99% of the world's CO2 emissions come from the first 60 days of Israel's genocide in Gaza. 50% of the emissions come from the US cargo plane sending Israel weapons for its massacre. There is plenty of evidence that Israel is intentionally committing ecocide and genocide with the intent of destroying all hope of life and future Palestinians in Gaza. Min al-Nahar ila al-Bahar satakun Filastin hurra, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Desde el río hasta el mar, Palestina será libre. And if no, you are not allowed to answer questions. You are not allowed to tell me who you stand with. And you are a settler. And let me tell you that as a settler, you don't get to tell indigenous. Don't point at me. What kind of disrespect is that? Do you not have any rules for your city council members to behave that way?
Please.
And to laugh at that? That is a huge disrespect. You're an old man. You're lame to be trying to argue with a constituent that you're not representing. No, you don't get to speak right now. That's the rule. I get to speak. You get to listen. You don't get to answer. You don't get to mandate when I'm cut because I'm an indigenous woman and you're a settler standing on a stolen land on theft, and that is what's happening in Israel right now. So you shut your mouth.
Dr. Aguilar. Then we have Ms. Joan Poston and then Brad Bruce.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paddy Fuster Aguilera. I'm here to ask you to send a message from the people of this city to our federal officials that they need to stop funding the genocide that Israel is committing against the indigenous peoples of the occupied territories of Palestine. Rather than condemning war crimes and collective punishment or stopping the transfer of arms, Joe Neguse and the rest of Congress have instead moved to condemn a phrase that calls for the uplifting and liberation of people. This is extremely dangerous, and if people don't rise against this now, it will only get worse. They want to try to stop us from showing solidarity with the Palestinian people. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, calls for the dignity and humanity of Palestinians, for the end of occupation and the end of apartheid. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, does not call for the ethnic cleansing and oppression of Jews. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, does not call for the bombing of hospitals, schools, and children playing in the street. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, does not call for the massacre of hungry people trying to get flour from a truck. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, does not call for the destruction of universities, farms, and entire towns. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, does not call for the assassination of aid workers, journalists, and doctors. Your silence in this matter makes you accomplices to this murder, including 14,000 children killed in the past 200 days. We need to listen to our Palestinian people and indigenous siblings showing up here, trying to help the rest of us understand how misled this all is. Do you not see that our complicity in this genocide and your inaction in the face of it will come to haunt us, all of us? Do you not see that anything other than an immediate and permanent ceasefire makes us all of us, Palestinian, Israelis, and Americans, less safe? Those that push for this condemnation of wars of freedom and claim their fear and victimhood justifies the murder of thousands, including 14,000 children, do so because the only view they understand is the colonialist paradigm in which the freedom and dignity of a people needs to come at the expense of another. The way that you vote on the ceasefire resolution betrays that you feel the same. The House of Representatives have already approved a $26 million supplemental package to Israel, and tomorrow the Senate is voting on this package. Stand up and speak against this genocide, or we will do anything in our power for you to not get elected again.
Joan Poston.
I'm Joan Poston. My address is 10642 West Vassar Place, Lakewood, Colorado. And I'm here today to speak about something totally different from what we've heard the last hour. And I do want to stand with Rich Oliver in saying that I would have liked to have seen the presentation from the green recommendations presented. To have presentations and not have them presented is just not right. I'm here today to speak out against the recommendations of the Green Research Summary. This is basically an incentivizing of taxpayers' money for an extreme left agenda. In July of 2023, I brought to the Sustainability Committee that they cannot mandate the electrification of residential homes because there is federal laws, Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act of 1978, and I would recommend that you have the city lawyer look at this before you start making any kinds of spending of money. This is a copycat of the City of Denver agenda, which the taxpayers have said they want to fund. And I think that you should put it to the taxpayers if they want to fund this kind of thing. I am not certain where you will find the funding. Rebates are through certain businesses in Denver, and one of the questions I have is how will you be picking winners and losers for who is going to do the rebates? And once again, I'm asking, is Lakewood, Denver, or Boulder? And maybe you should take a little concern about that as well. I posted on Nextdoor, and there were 3,000 views, and the most interesting part of that was the lack of public input on this. There are major questions that we've heard tonight to be asked as how you should be pursuing some of these recommendations at this time, like more staff. Do we have money for more staff? I'm just curious about that. I believe that there are other priorities that need to be addressed. And for those of you who think that federal and state money is free, I'd like to remind you that it is taxpayer money, and we just paid our taxes last Monday. Martin Luther King used to say, Sunday is coming, and I would like to say to you, November is coming. Thank you very much.
Brad Bruce.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brad Bruce. I'm a Colorado State employee and a resident of Ward 2. I am here to urge the City Council to pass a permanent ceasefire resolution in Gaza. A genocide is currently occurring in Palestine with our tax dollars and with weapons created right here on the Front Range. 35,000 plus Palestinians have been killed in the last 6+ months. Most of those killed have been women and children. This is a genocide where the World Health Organization has reported that a Palestinian child dies every 10 minutes. In the last hour or so that we've been listening to public comment, that means about 6 children have died. Over the weekend, the House of Representatives voted in favor of giving Israel an additional $26.38 billion in aid to Israel. The Senate is scheduled to vote on this bill tomorrow. I've heard from a lot of people that this City Council is not the correct place to talk about international issues such as this. But let's think about the local implications of this bill by doing a little math. Let's assume that every American paid an equal amount of that tax dollars. That comes out to with every one of the 333 million Americans, every single one of them gave about $90 to Israel, assuming this bill will pass. According to census data, Lakewood has about 150,000 residents. Now, what if we were to instead take all of the $90 from 150,000 residents and use that for local issues? That comes out to about $13.5 million, and that is on top of the $2.5 to $3 million that Lakewood residents give to Israel annually. I'm willing to bet that every single person on this council has a better idea on how they would use $13 million here in Lakewood to help your constituents. We have people living on the streets, and you are letting our federal representatives get away with giving millions of dollars away from this community without even a word of condemnation. The people sitting on this council did not vote directly to give millions of aid to Israel, but I'm sure that it was an easy decision for my federal representative, Brittany Pedersen, to vote in favor, considering that none of her counterparts in local government seem interested in pushing for a cessation of hostilities in Palestine by the Israeli apartheid regime. I can confirm that reports from others who have spoke before me stating that Brittany Pedersen does not care about our concerns, and it is incredibly difficult to even get a hold of her if we can at all. We are only at the City Council meeting because that is the case. We need her to listen to us, and I hope that you can help us get her to listen to us. Please pass a ceasefire resolution to show our federal representatives that we do not want our tax dollars going to genocide, and instead want them go to fixing local issues. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Then we have Jim Washler. Jim here. On Arizona Place. Does that help? Nope. Okay. Amber Varwig.
Let me turn the light up on my, there we go. Is it better over here?
Either way.
Amber Varwig, Ward 2. I'm sorry. Amber Varwig, Ward 2. Better. I have something going on with my throat. Sorry about that. I want to start by saying that 40% of agricultural land has been destroyed in Palestine. A third of all greenhouses have been destroyed, so 1 in 3. 90% of all agricultural land in Palestine has been destroyed in northern Gaza, which is where all the food has to be grown because Israel won't let food in. So that's important to note that now the only place they could reliably get food from, pretty much gone. So that'd be like if every grocery store, except for like one for every 10 miles, is just blown up in America. But you know, good luck to you. We've all killed Palestinians today because our tax money, whether we liked it or not, went to do that. Whether we liked it or not, we did that. Because Brittany Pedersen won't even listen to us when we ask her if maybe she could look at not agreeing to send our tax money to kill Palestinians. The eco-destruction of Palestine is ancient in origin, 17 years in the making, and morally and largely illegal by pretty much any standard you want to look at. Aid workers have been killed, chefs, people all along the humanitarian corridor, like those exist. Predetermined coordinated aid efforts because accidents happen. Hospitals because, right, I'm not clear on that. Mosques, water sources, homes, cropland, monuments. You know, the sorts of things you're not supposed to be able to attack or kill or destroy have all been attacked, killed, destroyed. They have Israel has 28 violations of international law on apartheid according to the United Nations Security Council, just in case we were unclear about that. But you're all really smart and intelligent, moral people, and I actually don't really need to stand here and tell you that any of this is wrong. I believe almost not one of you believes that this is wrong. Some of you have made it clear that that's not how you feel, but that's cool, you do you. I'm not asking you to pick a side between Palestinians and Jews, though I understand some of you may be Jewish. Lots of you know Jewish people. I have Jewish people I love in my life. I understand this is a nuanced, complex issue beyond just killing all Palestinians is bad. I mean, you can't argue that. But I understand that this isn't something where you want to say without any nuance whatsoever, but I'm not asking you to pick a side. I'm asking you to say that killing everything that you see is wrong, no matter what the reason is. And because if you look it up and you check it out, we would stand with Israel if they committed October 7th. We would say that we had to get Hamas. Accidents happen. The same things we're saying now. We would change absolutely nothing, except it might be less controversial and we might actually end up giving more money to Israel. You know, we should legalize Palestine, realize Palestine, recognize Palestine, and free Palestine, but let's just agree to let them live. Let them exist. Every time you drink coffee, a kid's dying. It takes a motion and a second. It takes 2, my friends. Cease fire now.
Okay. We have next Linda Badwan. And I have pooled time. Is Ryan Leong still here? Thank you. And David Weisman? Okay, thank you. All right, Linda, you're up. After Linda, we have Khalid Alali, and then Flanders Norton, and then Stevie Hendricks. Linda, you have 10 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. Bodwin.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I just wanted to, for today, be able to yield my time to a video that I wanted you guys to be able to watch. I really hope you will take the time, including yourself, Mr. Oliver, to really be able to pay attention to what's being said in this. Will Mr. Labour be here too?
That was a restroom visit. At this point,
Okay.
We're almost 3 hours in.
Okay, thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Excellencies, it is with the heaviest heart that I appear before you today to deliver my 4th report as the Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territory. Following nearly 6 months of unrelenting Israeli assault on occupied Gaza, it is my solemn duty to report on the worst of what humanity is capable of and to present my finding, the anatomy of genocide. History teaches us that genocide is a process, not a single act. It starts with the dehumanization of a group as other, and the denial of that group's humanity, and ends with the destruction of the group in whole or in part. The dehumanization of Palestinians as a group is the hallmark of their history of ethnic cleansing, dispossession, and apartheid. In the words of Edward Said, Palestinians were made orphans of a homeland by the creation of the State of Israel and its continuous policies, intended to erase their presence from their land. Genocide is defined in international law as specific sets of acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. It is often referred to as the crime of crimes due to its complexity and because of the challenge of proving the specific intent as the Convention requires. And yet, this complexity is not about the creation of a hierarchy among atrocity crimes. It's rather a reflection of a different nature and scale. The heightened threshold for intent, namely to destroy a group as prescribed by Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, must be proven directly or inferred from facts which admit of no other reasonable inference. But when genocidal intent is so conspicuous, so ostentatious as it is in Gaza, we cannot avert our eyes. We must confront genocide. We must prevent it, and we must punish it. The catastrophic situation I investigated is known, as it has been broadcast to the world in real time by its victims. Astoundingly, rather than halting its momentum, a minority of powerful member states have provided military, economic, and political support for the atrocity, compounding the devastation it has wrought for the Palestinians. In this assault, the sixth and most egregious in 16 years, Israel has killed more than 30,000 Palestinians, including 13,000 children, more than the children killed in all conflicts worldwide in 4 previous years. Journalists, doctors, nurses, artists, academics, engineers, scientists, and their family members, a whole society has been targeted. A further 12,000 Palestinians are reported missing, most presumed dead. Some 71,000 Palestinians are reported missing. Some 71,000 are injured, most with life-changing wounds, made worse by the decimation of the healthcare system and overwhelming unsanitary conditions created in Gaza. In the first 2 weeks, Israel prevented all humanitarian aid from entering Gaza, and in the ensuing months, it has imposed extreme restrictions of water, food, electricity, and fuel. Israel has blocked the entry of medical supplies, including anesthetics, incubators, and even baby formula. Convoys have hardly reached northern Gaza. The deliberate policy has induced rapid and sustained severe food insecurity in the entire population, with those trapped in the north forced to eat animal feed and grass. The occupying power has also undermined UNRWA, the main lifeline to Palestinians in Gaza. Growing numbers of Palestinians are dying of starvation as we speak, and their hostages and their families have also not escaped these devastating circumstances. The collective scars of those who survive are certain to last generations. In the initial weeks of the assault, Israeli forces killed around 250 Palestinians daily through an apocalyptic arsenal of weaponry on one of the most densely populated places on earth. 25,000 tons of explosives, equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs, unguided munitions, and hundreds of 2,000-pound bunker buster were used to level entire neighborhoods. The ground offensive changed the pattern, but not the scale of destruction. In less than 6 months, Israel has destroyed Gaza, erasing or severely damaging almost all civilian infrastructure and agricultural land, most of homes, healthcare facilities, telecommunication infrastructure, every university, most educational facilities, municipal services, mosques and churches, and innumerable cultural heritage sites, which are integral to the social fabric of Palestine. Israeli soldiers have published footage boasting about their killing of families, mothers, children, the bombing of homes, mosques, and schools. Self-incriminating videos show them sadistically mocking and humiliating their Palestinian victims, not only by violating their physical integrity and right to life, but also their dignity, their most intimate possessions and spaces that the soldiers have entered and looted, and by desecrating cemeteries and places of worship. When the ground offensive started, the number of daily casualties seemed to reduce, but in fact, the level of atrocities increased. Mass disappearance and arbitrary detentions, widespread and systematic torture and inhumane treatment add to the experience of endless death and loss. Desperate people had to search through rubble with their bare hands. Many had been unable to bury and grieve loved ones. These acts of genocide have been motivated by vehement anti-Palestinian discourse, which characterizes the entire Palestinian people in Gaza as enemies to be eradicated or forcibly removed. This rhetoric has been pervasive across all segments of Israeli society. That Israeli high-ranking officials with command authority routinely called on soldiers to annihilate the people of Gaza is compelling evidence of explicit and public incitement to commit genocide. Evidence further indicates that this genocidal incitement has been internalized and acted upon by soldiers on the ground. One of my key findings is that Israel's executive and military leadership and soldiers have intentionally distorted rules of international humanitarian law, distinction, proportionality, and precaution in an attempt to legitimize genocidal violence against the Palestinian people by deliberately stretching the definitions of human shield, evacuation orders, warnings, safe zones, collateral damage, and medical protection. Israel has used their protective function as humanitarian camouflage, with the effect of concealing patterns of conduct from which the only inference can reasonably be drawn is a state policy of genocidal violence against the Palestinians. Blurring the distinction between protected civilians or civilian infrastructure and combatants or legitimate military targets, Israel has effectively characterized the whole civilian population in Gaza as human shields or terrorist accomplices as a matter of legal policy. Those who managed to evacuate to areas that Israel defined as safe humanitarian zones have been met with further attacks, their deaths and injuries justified as collateral damage. By making repeated claims which have been systematically discredited that Hamas used hospitals as operation centers, Israel appears to be operating on the premise that if you tell a lie long enough, people will believe it. Israel has used the camouflage of humanitarian law to characterize the entire Palestinian people and life-sustaining and life-saving infrastructure of Gaza as targetable, killable, destroyable. Israel has attempted to legitimize, for example, the devastations of Gaza's medical infrastructure, which has led to potentially thousands of additional deaths, life-changing injuries and trauma. IHL has thus been distorted to justify a war of annihilation. In light of this, I find that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the threshold indicating the commission of the crime of genocide against Palestinians as a group in Gaza has been met. Specifically, Israel has committed 3 acts of genocide with a requisite intent: causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group. The genocide in Gaza is the most extreme stage of a long-standing settler colonial process over Asia of the native Palestinians. For over 76 years, this process has oppressed the Palestinians as a people in every way imaginable, crushing their inalienable right to self-determination demographically, economically, territorially, culturally, and politically. Israel has attempted to displace them, expropriate their land and other resources, and ultimately replace them. The colonial amnesia of the West has condoned Israel's colonial settler project from the violent history of the very birth of the State of Israel to its oppressive occupation since 1967, the crippling closure of Gaza since 1993, and its military assaults on Gaza since 2007. The world now sees the bitter fruit of the impunity afforded to Israel. This was a tragedy foretold. While the International Criminal Court will have to deliberate, while the International Court of Justice will have to deliberate, the International Criminal Court will have to investigate. It is my responsibility to remind you that the Genocide Convention includes a jus cogens norm and erga omnes obligation to prevent the commission of genocide, a reality the International Court of Justice recognized as plausible exactly 2 months ago. The time for states to act was then, and as they did not, the time is now. In this darkest hour, the international community cannot continue to ignore that it's Israel's project to rid Palestine of Palestinians in defiance of international law and the world's failure to call Israel to account that has led to genocide laid bare in Gaza. Denial of the reality and the continuation of Israel's impunity and exceptionalism is no longer viable.
Mr. Raab, that's time.
In light of yesterday's binding Security Council resolution, I implore member states to abide by their obligations.
Thanks, ma'am.
Khalid Alali.
Hey, respected council members. My name is
Mayor, can we have a recess? It's like 3 hours into this.
My name is Khalid Al Ali, And I assume the pro-Zionist here can spell my name, because if you know some Hebrew, you always speak ha 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 ha, like Hamas. You call Hamas.
Yeah,
Can you say
request
Khalid? Can you speak
Let's
Khalid?
allow the speakers time, and then if you want to
I'm trying to speak, so don't interrupt me.
I have the right to interrupt.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, change
no.
your shirt first, okay?
Yes, I do.
No, restart the time.
Yeah, restart the time. I have not even started. Yeah. right. Can I start again or?
Go ahead and start again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah. My name is Khalid Al-Ali, and I am here to pass a ceasefire resolution for Palestine, but it is sad that despite many attempts, this council has failed us to pass a resolution, which is the bare minimum we are asking. We should ask for way much more after those genocides and killings of those babies and women. But even that is not even going anywhere. The city of Gaza was wiped out because of silent council members like most of you. So thanks for your so-called support for this cause. Last week, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a resolution that whoever says from the river to the sea, which is what I'm waiting right now, I hope Richard watched that, are considered anti-Semitic. Let me explain what from the river to the sea means. From the river of Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea, Palestine will be free means giving Palestinians the right to return to their lands that were stolen from them, the right from the indigenous people of the land to exist. It does not mean elimination of Israel, or as they are claiming. Also, on that same day, the United States vetoed Palestine to have a full membership at the United Nations. Obviously, to continue the Israeli genocide against our people in Gaza and the West Bank, including occupied Jerusalem, which we call Al-Quds. Then, surprisingly, 2 days ago, the United States House passed a bill of $100 billion to Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel instead of funding the people of this nation who needs that help the most. I condemn this veto and every veto that the United States has placed against Palestine. And I promise everyone here, specifically Richard, I promise you, okay, that our Palestinian people will continue their struggle until they defeat the occupation, that take away their rights just like they took our rights from us and established an independent Palestine with Jerusalem, the capital of it. I promise you that will happen. Lastly, last week was a national day for Palestinian prisoners, over 10,000 prisoners, most of them without charges, and hundreds have lost their lives from torture from the Zionist regime. I would like to take a moment of silence for all those prisoners who are mistreated under international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, we have 5 speakers left.
I do have a point of order. I do just want to say that technically we can move for a recess at any point, and we do need to vote on the matter.
Correct.
Okay.
We have 5 speakers left. 6 speakers left. Is anyone making a motion? All right, let's continue. Flanders Lorton, then Stevie Hendricks, then Rakia Nagam. Sorry, I'm sure I didn't get that right. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. And first, I want to say thank you for listening. I have spoken before a couple different city councils in Colorado, and I feel that this one is the most attentive. And it is, to be frank, the only council I feel actually does actually listen to what we have to say. However, I am very disappointed that this council has not been able to put forward a ceasefire motion. We are 6 months into the most well-documented genocide in history. A lot of younger people, but a lot of other people especially, see these videos on their phones every day of like dead children and dead women, dead doctors, dead hospital workers, ambulance workers. It's really horrible. And I think seeing videos like that on a daily basis like really is not good for your mental health. And I think it shakes you to your core, and it forces you to acknowledge that that's the reality of the world that we're living in, even if that's not what we're seeing in our personal lives. The world has become so interconnected that that is what we're seeing across the globe. And unfortunately, it is the US that continues to support this. I wanted to read a CNN headline from today, specifically that says, mass grave was found. It says, nearly 300 bodies found in mass grave at Gaza Hospital. This is at Nasser Medical Complex. And this is not to be confused with the mass graves that were found outside of the other hospital, Al-Shifa Hospital. This mass grave had over 300 bodies, many of them missing skin, many of them wearing medical scrubs and with their hands zip tied behind their backs. There were patients that had catheters and IVs still in their bodies that were buried in this mass grave, as well as many having their organs removed, which is a very common practice by the Israeli military. And they bring these organs back to Israeli organ banks. Israel has the largest organ bank in the world, many of them taken from Palestinians. The things that we have seen in the past 6 months have really been horrendous and horrible. And I know as city council, again, you guys cannot stop this. You don't have the power to. But what you do have the power for is to speak out against it and to make it clear to our higher up government officials that at a local level, we do not stand for this kind of violence. I also wanted to make it clear that this is a highly intersectional movement. At every event we have Muslim Arab people, Muslim non-Arab people, Jewish people, Christian people, atheist people, genderqueer people, all types of people. Yesterday I went to the Jewish Voice for Peace Passover Seder, and it was a very lovely event. I've never been to a Seder before, so that was a really cool experience for me to be able to engage with the Jewish traditions in a liberatory context. And that's the future. This intersectional movement is the future that we're building, and we're not going to go anywhere. So really your options are speak now, speak later, or never speak, but this movement will continue regardless. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Stevie Hendricks.
Hello and good evening. So my name is Stevie Hendricks. I was born and raised in the Denver metro area. I am now located off 3335 South Clarkson Street. I would like to start off with saying how appalled I was to hear people that are standing for the Palestinian cause to be called internationalist. I think if our tax dollars, our military resources, if Israel is allowed to have a lobbying group in the US, we should definitely be speaking on that on all levels of the government. We are currently on day 199 of the ongoing US taxpayer-funded Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people. 34,000 have been killed, more than 78,000 injured, and over 8,000 are missing since October 7th. Out of the 34,000 killed, more than 13,800 children have been killed. I am sick and tired of seeing my community and the people around me struggle, all because our government would rather fund a rogue state to complete a genocide on an indigenous population. A ceasefire in Palestine is the bare minimum, and I'm urging the council to at least start with the bare minimum. All life is precious, and all life inherently has so much value to it. Violent settler states such as Israel would never be able to understand that. Richard Oliver, you are guilty of aiding and abetting a genocide on the Palestinian people. To be clear, when you stand with Israel, this is what you are standing for. You are standing for genocide, you are standing for ethnic cleansing, and it is not right. Ceasefire now, end the occupation, and halt all military funding to Is Not Real. Thank you.
Rakia Nogum in Green Meadows. Then we have Jeanette Valencia, and then Joshua Comdom.
Hello, my name is Rokia, And you would think that by now I know better as a black person not to come to a bunch of white people and tell them about my struggles. But I will once again. But this time, hopefully, I'll be able to tie it just a little bit to yourselves, just so that you can think about beyond yourself today, hopefully. So let's compare the police here in the United States to the police in Israel. If you're a Palestinian in Israel right now, you're shit scared of the police, just like me. I am terrified of them. You know why? Because they're just shooting people that look like me in the street. Same thing with the Palestinians. Just so happens that I'm also Muslim, so that just brings another reason for them to bring their gun up and shoot me while I'm in the street. Thankfully, I have scrubs to wear, which sometimes can be a good grace. So they're like, oh, she's one of the good black people, not of the bad ones, so maybe we wouldn't harm her this time. Unfortunately, in Gaza, it's the opposite. If you are wearing scrubs, you are targeted. You're a reason to be killed. Why? Because you're saving lives, and they don't want you saving lives. Second thing, children in America are being killed left and right, whether in schools, in parks, in their homes, if you're black. Same thing that is happening in Palestine right now. Children are getting bombed in their homes, in their schools, in churches, in mosques, anywhere where civilians can be, they're being killed. Third thing is prisons. We're filling the prisons in America, black and brown people. Why? Because we're getting discriminated against. We're getting literally profiled in the streets. And that's the exact same thing that is happening in Palestine. They're profiling Palestinians using AI. You would think AI helps you write emails. No, they use it to literally profile Palestinians so that they can bomb them. Healthcare. I work in healthcare, so maybe I know a little bit. My patients suffer every single day because insurance refuses to cover certain things. Why? Because we give insurance that power. While in Israel, they have free healthcare. Wouldn't you want that, rather than to have co-pays and have to pay insurance just so that when you do go to the office, you have to pay yet again? While in Israel, they get free healthcare. Something to think about. Housing. You know, I'm not gonna talk much more about that. Water and food. We have contaminated food in water around the country, and that's something that is just okay to have around. But in Israel, they have healthy organic food, and that is affordable compared to here. And while I have one last second, all I hope for you is everything that has been happening to the Palestinians happen to you.
Jeanette Valencia.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing me out. I know it's been a long night. My name is Jeanette, and I live in Ward 1. I'm here in support of an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The level of casualties and scale of destruction in the occupied Gaza Strip is unprecedented. Brothers and sisters, we are all part of the human race. We all breathe the same air, roam the same planet, and need the same essentials to survive. How many more catastrophic videos and pictures do we need to witness before we put an end to this genocide? I cannot fathom the amount of human suffering I've witnessed on my phone for 7 months now, and most of the time, my own brain has a difficult time processing what it has just seen. Just when I think it cannot get any worse, it does. This morning, I opened up my phone and see that doctors are extracting babies from dead mothers in Gaza. And more than 300 bodies were found in a mass grave in Gaza, including children executed with their hands tied behind their backs. Hear that again, children executed with their hands tied. This is not self-defense, it is a genocide. More children were killed in just over 3 weeks in Gaza than in all of the world's conflicts combined in each of the past 3 years. Let that sink in. This is not a cry for my own suffering for what I witnessed. This is a humanitarian cry that is in dire need of a resolution for a permanent ceasefire. Please consider pushing immediate humanitarian assistance and establishing safe zones in the Gaza Strip, safe passage of humanitarian aid, and resuming access to water and electricity, as well as fuel for medical facilities in the Gaza Strip. We've all failed at life if these words remain words. This must end. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Joshua Comden.
Hello. If you take some time and watch the cameras that are looking at Washington, D.C. right now, and just turn off the sound, you'll notice that everyone is working together in a very bipartisan manner. They're working towards genocide. And when you turn on the sound and listen to it, the quarrels are over. One side wants genocide quicker. The other side wants genocide quieter. But that's what they're arguing over. I'm hoping as a nonpartisan body here that we can actually say maybe, just maybe, genocide is not good. Maybe it's bad. And we shouldn't be doing it because we're participating. I had something else to say, but I've forgotten that. Please ceasefire now and send in the aid. Thank you.
Mr. Rob, that's the last one I have up here. Do you have more down there?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more. Zanai Baluri. Baluri. Zanet. Thank you.
I'm so sorry that by now you don't know my name, but I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Zinat Sharif Belkin, Ward 4. Good evening, Councilman Ryan. Good evening, the rest of the council. Thank you for having me up here, and I know it's been a long evening. It's been a long evening because there's a genocide happening. It's been a long evening because your constituents need you to hear them. We need you to hear us. You heard from the United Nations. You heard from Palestinians. You've seen television. You've watched countless children and mothers being killed. And I guess my question is, how many is enough? I mean, really, that's what it comes down to, right? If it's not 34,000, is it 34.2? Is it 17,000 children, 17.2? Like, what is the number? What is the number that is enough? At what point will we, as individuals, say enough is enough and not in my name? Today is a high holy day for the Jewish people, which is why, in fact, many Jewish folks are not here tonight. Jewish folks who stand in solidarity with me. And I know I speak on behalf of my husband, Mark Belkin, who is also standing in solidarity with us here. But they're not here because it's one of the highest of holidays. And it's a holiday of peace. It's a holiday when you don't stand around watching humanity suffer. So I'm here to say, if you as a body, frankly, don't have the courage or the wherewithal or the ability to stand up against a genocide, I'm going to actually challenge each of you individually. Each of you individually will be hearing from either myself or the rest of my group, our group, to say, why won't you stand individually against a genocide? I hope you have a really good evening, but it's a really heavy thought that I'm sending you home with. I hope the numbers have not just been numbers to you. These are human beings. So, ceasefire now, and free Palestine.
Sure. Yeah.
Keep going.
discussion up here is whether we now want to recess for a few minutes, restroom break. Do I have a motion?
No, yes, no, they say keep going.
All right.
All right, I'll motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
All right, everybody vote. 5-minute recess. And that passes 10 yeas, 1 nay, the nay being Counselor Stewart. All right, I call back to order the Lakewood City Council meeting on Monday, April 22nd at 10:29 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Hope everybody had a chance to stretch legs, and we are close to done. First, one item we have this evening in general business is our council request for action. Councilor Over, I will defer the microphone to you to bring that forward as you've submitted.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I put in a request for us to have a study session or workshop with the topic being open meetings and open records laws. So the motion, do you want me to make a motion?
You can explain your intention behind it, and you
Then you
can
take
make the motion
polls?
if you want.
Okay. Yeah, basically, we are all subject to these open meetings and open records laws, and we're pretty much just civilians. And especially as new people come on, they're not sure what's going on, and it's confusing. And I think it should almost be not a biannual thing, an annual meeting, so that we get to learn more about open meetings. I've heard a lot about open meetings and open records, but there's still a lot more to be learned. There's confusion. There's certain topic. It seems like the laws are such, but then it also seems like case studies are different. And I've seen a lot of people, not just on this council, but other councils and other government entities that are in fear of three people being together at any time. And that's definitely not a problem. I mean, we could have a party with everybody here, and we wouldn't have to call a meeting, not have an official meeting and something like that. So I think it should be, I would like to have this so it's cleared up, especially for the newer people. After you've been here a while, you kind of learn a little bit more. I wrote down, I would like to invite in outside experts along with our own, and people who have real world experience with those laws, who have been lawyers or judges and have tried cases in Colorado, or someone whose area of expertise is open meetings and records. And it sounds like CML should have people like this that we can invite in. And there might be other people. So let's just wrap it up like that. It's just, I think that would benefit everybody here to know a little bit more about the open meeting laws and the open records laws. And I move that we, that council schedule a study session or a workshop with the topic being open meeting and open records laws.
It doesn't sound like we have a second. Why don't we open it up for discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Sharizai.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to vote no on this. I think you probably could have guessed that, though. I'm feeling frustrated that we're using this as like your personal research project. I would point you to the Uvalde case that was out of our purview, that forced some of us who have school-age children to sit through a study because you were interested to know how the police handle school shootings. Has nothing to do with us. You have to own your learning. This is something that if you have questions about open meeting laws and the fact that you're speaking on behalf of others who haven't articulated this need, you know, at some point we're going to have to take those steps. The CML resources are available to everyone. There was a request that you shared today. It was a personal research project. Like, that is not the purpose of staff, is to research things that you're interested in. We have these immense study sessions with multiple topics, and so to add something like this on there when this is something that people can access on their own, I think is not judicious with time, and it's not a great opportunity in how we're using staff's time. It's not a great resource for those of us who have full-time jobs and don't enjoy the perks of being retired. So I'll be a no on this. Thank you.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I have similar sentiments, and I also in particular recognize that this is not something that happened for all of the folks who have more recently been elected, but we did in fact have a CML training at a city council retreat and annual plan a few years ago that included actually conversations about the Sunshine Law and how to make sure that we were building that into how we think about leading and how to be really cautious about that in particular in order to be the best possible transparent yet effective leaders. And that was actually a portion of that training that you missed. And so not only is this something that feels very researchable, like something that you can find out, that you can request from CML, and that you can learn more about. But it is also something that in particular, I did receive a training on it, and you chose not to be there. And so I will also be a no vote.
Councillor Lowe.
All I was going to say is I appreciate the spirit in which this is being brought forward. I'm not opposed to learning more about an issue, but in this particular case, I think we have a number of different ways to get this information. I feel like in the onboarding that we had with city staff, this was covered. If there are specific questions about open meetings, I mean, it is a very complicated topic, so I fully appreciate that. I just respectfully suggest maybe we ask our city attorney for some follow-up information, a memo, an email, if there are specific questions. I mean, it is a complicated topic, so I wouldn't be opposed to reading more about it. I think given how crowded the calendar is, I don't think it makes sense to add this to our already very packed schedule, but I appreciate bringing the motion forward. I'm going to be a no vote on it.
Councillor Ryan.
So I am very interested in hearing more about the open records, open meetings, but I think we do have an expert in the city. I mean, there are issues, I think, that I would agree that it would be good to bring an outside person, but I do think we have an expert within the city. So whether, if you'd like to amend it so that we have a session that's an optional workshop in which we can attend to learn more about that, or if resources are made available so that there's an outside group like CML is presenting something on open records, open meetings that we can attend that's made available to us. You know, I'm always in favor if I have the time to be able to attend something like that. I just don't know that I want to bring in an outside person for this. You know, at our retreat, there was a discussion about the Bob's Rules of Order and having, I forgot his name, Bob somebody, to come back perhaps and give a more in-depth discussion about the rules, which could include open records, open meetings. I'd be in favor of something like that if it is that follow-up.
Councillor Over.
Yeah, I'm really sorry that Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai doesn't want to know what the police are going to do in case of a shooting. I certainly wanted to know. And as for this, I already made the motion. If we don't get a second, we don't get a second. That's the way it works around here. I did say, by the way, that we could bring in an outside person to complement our expert. And so, yeah, I think if you want to do it, you can do it. If you don't, you don't. I'm like trying to help everybody here. I'm not really, it's not all that necessary for me. I just see confusion. And yeah, that's enough, really, about and so as for having a lot on our calendar, you have to remember that I was on council last year where we canceled 10 study sessions. So we're doing a lot more this year, that's for sure. And maybe the calendar's full, but I'm still looking and going, we don't always have something to do. So maybe here's something that we could do when we don't have something else to do. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Over, and thank you for being so considerate to your new councillors. I will also add to any of our new councillors, especially, that our city attorney, Ms. McKinney Brown, has offered to be a resource ongoing for questions that come up, as well as to sit down and have a little bit more of an in-depth conversation. And in fact, the Colorado Municipal League conference is coming up in June. We'll have a presentation on this exact topic as well. So lots of ways that we can learn about that. I'm happy to help guide people in the right direction if you're looking for anything. And so we'll go ahead and we'll consider that one not moving forward for lack of a second. And with that, then we will shift over to our ward meetings, or our ward reports this evening. Who would like to go first? 1 or 5? Ward 1 or 5? Ms. Glenda Sinks.
Jump there at it. So we had a combined wards 1 and 2 meeting on Saturday morning. And it was very well attended, even though we had some snow. And our very excellent sustainability manager, Jonathan Wachtel, presented. And I think it was, again, very, very enlightening, very good. However, some attendees wished for more time to discuss issues in the community, which would be common to North Lakewood. And so I'll just make the point that you don't have to wait until ward meetings to tell us your issues. And in fact, it's really good to know the issues ahead of time, especially me. I have a wonderful co-counselor that she's got it, but I don't. And so if you will tell me ahead of time what issues, and besides that, I love agendas at meetings. And so we set the agenda, and we can set the agenda with your issue on there that I've had time to completely research. And so I would just ask for your understanding in the way that I have to work and have an agenda set, and I know that I've prepared. So I hope that helps those that were disappointed in not having enough time to just bring up issues. So please let me know issues and we can handle them appropriately. We will be back in May with Ward 1's regular schedule, which is the first Saturday of the month. And we will talk about the comp plan, new comprehensive plan. That's all I have. No, I'm sorry. I have one other thing. I'll just say it. So when I heard Councilor Olver say that last year we canceled 10, I went, wow, how does that happen? And so I looked him up, and it's like, oh, Memorial Day is one of them, and all of these holidays. And so actually I said, well, it's really that they've never been scheduled when they're holiday ones, Labor Day, etc. They're not even scheduled, but we still use the word canceled. And if we check the calendar this year, there's probably also 10 or so that are canceled, which really means never really scheduled because they're holidays. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize everyone that came out tonight and shared in public comment. I really appreciate that. There's some of us who've had the opportunity to connect with leadership in your group quite frequently. And I don't need ZNAT to contact me. You all know where I stand on this. And so I continue to offer the small sphere of influence that I have to help support this cause. My liberation is tied to your liberation. I recognize that. And my identity is so much in this space with you all. And so I just appreciate the sort of heartache that you face every day. My rage equates to your rage as well, and I'm disappointed with our representation in Washington, and I hope that these moments are helping them realize where their constituents land. That is, also where I share my space with you, and so, please hear that from me, and I hope that we can continue to have these conversations. I recognize that you're here because you're screaming into a void, and we're a space that's listening to you, and so I appreciate that, and thank you.
Ward 2.
Okay, I am going to start with a couple of just logistical updates, and then I will also recognize the people that have spent a lot of time with us this evening and some other evenings as well. So last week I was able to go to the IBER annual meeting and got really useful updates from IBER Sustainable, from various topics that are important to IBER, including on some of their thoughts on the comp plan and the next phase of being a part of committees that will get more in the weeds as residents of Lakewood on our long-term zoning, planning, even some cultural levels within Lakewood. And so I want to really encourage anybody who is interested and doesn't maybe yet know how to apply for those things, if you reach out to anyone here on the bench, but also really anyone on staff, everyone can direct you to how to apply to be on one of those committees. We definitely want to see some good Ward 2 representation to make sure that the next 10 years of Lakewood grows in the way that we all want to see it happening. The Sustainable IBER neighborhood also is doing a lot of really great projects. And so now in Ward 2, we have active sustainable neighborhoods in Morse Park, IBER, O'Kane, and then Two Creeks doesn't technically have a separate sustainable group, but they do a lot of sustainable work and are hosting a cleanup, as they do every year, alongside the city for the Colfax Marathon. So on May 11th, which is the weekend before the Colfax Marathon, you can sign up to help to clean up Colfax for the runners the next week. And it is a really interesting and strange experience. I highly recommend it as a way to get to know your city and to make it a little bit more beautiful. And then, let me just make sure, checking notes. Oh, and the Mint and Serif has reopened in their new location. They had their grand opening this weekend. I was unfortunately not able to attend either the joint ward meeting in the morning or their grand opening because I had a cold this weekend. And in an effort to not spread that germ throughout the community, I stayed home. But I heard that it was a really great event, and I highly recommend that people go and check it out. And I will leave our next ward meeting to Councilor Cruz. I can talk about it. It's May 18th is our next ward meeting. We're specifically looking into locations because we think it's going to be too big probably for our normal location of the Clement Center. So our May ward meeting is going to be a town hall or community conversation talking about public safety and sort of all of the aspects of that. So we will have some members of police, the CAT team, and we will really be looking to think about sort of the upstream crime prevention and thinking about the quality of life, the support for people that we can to help prevent people having to take petty offenses or survival acts. Also thinking about like what is the current full strategy of our police force. We have a new chief as of not that long ago. And so, and we of course have a lot of that tension come up in our ward meetings, in our neighborhood association meetings, and I'm sure in every ward, but in Ward 2 in particular, we have a really high percentage of the pressures of a city life, but with the infrastructure of Lakewood. And so really trying to think about how we are wrestling with our values as compassion and inclusion, our values of public safety, and how those things actually can work together if we really try. So that will be, I think, a dynamic and interesting conversation, but hopefully the first of lots of good conversations to come on like what that gets to look like in the community. So lastly, I do just want to really acknowledge the people that were here today. And I want to say I absolutely appreciate the way that I hear your rage and your anger and your frustration and your distrust. And I also heard compassion and love. And I want to especially shout out that the critique of some calls for ceasefire being anti-Semitic, the way that you all have chosen to respond to that by being really clear that you are hoping for peace and for safety for all people in that region, and that a ceasefire has to be how that happens. And I appreciate the way that you all are persistent and consistent in the way that you keep showing up in lots of different places. I think that this is one of many issues, as you all talk about, that it doesn't make sense for us to really have to address this here. And I personally, too, feel frustrated that I have to think about it and talk about it all the time in this role when I have lots of things I want to be doing. But that is not a frustration that is because of you. And that there are really a lot of important issues that the largest amounts of progress are happening at the local level right now. And that is true for our local resources and emergency shelters. It is true for the way that we are feeding people. And this is just another thing that people aren't feeling heard and not seeing the movement nationally. And I know that that is you coming here with your frustrations, I think as Councilor shared, as I shared, is because you are screaming into a void and you think that we might actually be listening to you. And I know I certainly am. And so thank you all for your energy and sharing your frustration and continuing to care when it is very, very easy to stop caring. And I absolutely feel aligned with you all, and continue to let us know and to let me know specifically like how I can be helpful in this conversation. I cannot make a motion at this time in the meeting. It is not actually within the rules. I'm happy to talk to you all about this in the future, but that is not how this process currently works, but we can have these discussions. And I also want to just recognize the way that in general, on lots and lots of these hard issues, I see people who started coming to these city council meetings on other issues showing up, and the way that intersectionality is so clear to me, not just on issues of peace. I was raised in a household that believed that calling for global peace was actually very necessary and important, and that is always the philosophy that I have had. But the intersection in recognizing that all things are local, because all international things, all national things, they are happening to us as individuals where we live, and that is just a fact that we have to address and deal with. So I don't have that large of a sphere of influence at this juncture, but I do thank you all for continuing to help it grow. And I will pass it to my co-counselor.
Thank you. I will mirror your structure and do some procedural updates and then speak to what we've heard tonight. So just to put a finer point on Councilor Mayotte Guerrero's point on the advisory groups for the comprehensive plan, the application for that was extended to April 25th. So you can have a voice in shaping the future of housing and the economy, quality of life and community, and green infrastructure and transportation. I think I got those three right-ish. So please, these are going to be really helpful in shaping the vision for what we want to see in our community. Additionally, speaking of representation of Ward 2, particularly because many of you mentioned you were in Ward 2, which makes me very pleased, we do not have representation on the Lakewood Advisory Commission, and we are still waiting and hoping for applications to represent community interests and move forward from our ward to complement very robust representation from Ward 1 and from some of the other wards to inform what we're speaking about, like we saw the presentation earlier. So I would encourage you all to apply. That will be on lakewood.org. So, yeah, and I think speaking to events we attended last week, I was really honored to be a panelist at what is called a passage at the Jeffco Open School. So that's at that's in Ward 2, but it's a resource and a kind of a choice of a school for people across Jefferson County. And instead of some of the testing kind of regimes a lot of us are used to, they do these projects. And so I had the pleasure of walking around with a student who showed me the school, taught me about the model, and spoke in her project kind of about her learnings on missing and murdered Indigenous women in our country. And she said, "I recognize you, Isabel." And I said, "How? I've never seen you before." I was at a city council meeting asking you for a ceasefire several months ago. And in that room, there were other students who were there who recognized me in that capacity too, and asked me why we hadn't done anything. And so I just want to recognize that our young people in our schools are watching us. And I know, and I'll be honest, right? Not all of the outreach that I've gotten from constituents is positive on this issue, right? Not all people want us to do this. We can be honest about that. But that moment of the one city council meeting that people going to school a couple of blocks away from me was on this topic, I think really highlights a lot of the themes that you all spoke to tonight, and really does connect for me my role in this local capacity in which I have a very limited sphere of influence to these larger themes that you were speaking to. And I do want to reaffirm, right, which I know some people brought up, that tonight is a very high holy day for our Jewish residents and folks who are observing this. And so I do want to wish a blessed and meaningful Passover to folks, and recognize that for a lot of the Jewish people in my life today is really bittersweet, right? Because of what this holiday means for folks, and that this is yet another holiday on the heels of Easter just a couple weeks ago, Ramadan and Eid just a couple weeks ago, where the Israeli and Palestinian hostages are not with their families to celebrate, where people in Gaza are subject to deplorable violence, horrendous living conditions, watching their homes and communities get destroyed, and seeing their neighbors, including over 14,000 children and counting, die in front of them. This is another holy day where members of our community here in Lakewood fear for their families' lives abroad, mourn lost loved ones, and grapple with the rise of Islamophobic and anti-Semitic rhetoric in our community over the past 199 days. The comments from folks that joined us today, thank you all for being here and for sharing your vulnerable selves with us, remind us that even though this conflict may feel far away for some, our fates across the globe are connected. And so this student whose passage I was kind of listening to quoted Dr. Angela Davis in her her presentation. So I will quote Dr. Angela Davis in saying, "Our histories never unfold in isolation. We cannot truly tell what we consider to be our own histories without knowing the other stories. And often when we discover that those stories are actually our own stories. So thank you for bringing your stories and those of our siblings across the world into focus to shed light on how the tragedy unfolding every day in Gaza is deeply connected to our lives here in Lakewood. Our federal government's choice to value international war and weapons over funding to solutions that we see here every day and are trying to tackle as a city council, like homelessness and lack of affordable housing, food insecurity, inequitable access to healthcare, that's my other job actually, and so much more, makes us all complicit, as was mentioned, in the harms perpetrated by the Israeli government and prevent us from meeting our community's needs. I have been publicly standing as an individual and calling for a bilateral and permanent ceasefire, again for months, and many of our federal representatives have come to that table too, including the president and the vice president, but notably not the majority of our congressional delegation and not our own representative here in Lakewood. So it pains me that with the limited power I have as a member of this body, that we have not done more to listen to all of you and send this message more formally. But I do commit to continuing to listen, to being here to listen to your voices, and to push on our federal government, our federal delegation, to listen to you, to us as their constituents, and do everything in their power to end this suffering, ensure humanitarian aid can enter Gaza, redirect our precious tax dollars to solve our most pressing problems, and pave the path forward towards a free Palestine.
Ward 3.
Well, good evening. I will do the same thing then. We have a Ward 3 breakfast coming up this week on Thursday, as I'm like thinking through this at 11 p.m., making sure I get the time right. We will be having breakfast at Sunrise Sunset at 8:30 a.m. Thank you. 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. for our Ward 3 residents. We're doing a rotation where we have kind of a more town hall style meeting, a breakfast, and then office hours, just because different times and different formats work for different people, and we want to hear from as many of our constituents in Ward 3 as possible. So Councilor Lowe and I will be doing that this week, and would love to see folks there for eggs and pancakes or whatever. They're very accommodating. The other thing that I just want to flag is that the 25th, which is this Thursday, is also the deadline to fill out the community survey that the Budget and Audit Board has put together and is working with a firm to put out into the community. This is an incredibly important piece of understanding what the priorities that our community has for the way that we spend our dollars, as well as our future funding and our revenue sources and the sustainability of that as a city. So if you have not filled that out as somebody who cares about how we spend our money and what our priorities are in Lakewood, I would really, really urge you to. It's going to be incredibly instrumental in helping us kind of shape what the future funding and our funding priorities in Lakewood are going to look like. So you can go to lakewood.org/funding survey. I believe there are a couple of different ways to find it. You can also go to lakewoodtogether.org. It's one of the first hyperlinks on there. So please, please do engage. You know, this is going to potentially shape, you know, whether or not we have an affordable housing fund in Lakewood and our long-term sustainable funding for things like our navigation center, which I know we all care very deeply about, our investments in sustainable infrastructure like we talked about tonight, and sustainability and equitable access to all of the spaces in our community that, you know, I know we all care about the future of this community. And I think there's actually somebody in this room who is a dear friend of mine who said that one thing they appreciate about me is that even if we don't always totally agree, that I'm honest. So I'm going to do that. I think these issues that we just spoke about and heard about tonight, you know, around sustainability, around serving our folks in our community who are unhoused and making sure that people have access to housing, which is a human right, are the things that, and the places where the 11 of us up here working together can and have already had an incredibly significant direct impact on our community. And quite frankly, are the things that as a body I do believe should continue to be our focus as a body. I'm not speaking to our individual capacities as people who are elected with power and spheres of influence. So in that regard, though, I'm going to take this moment to say thank you all for coming. I know that it's incredibly frustrating to feel like the people who can do something are not listening. And this humanitarian crisis is incredibly dire. And I am up here today urging our federal government to do absolutely everything in our power to ensure that aid is getting to the people who desperately need it, and that we are working towards peace, which everybody deserves, especially right now in this region. I know. I know. And I am going to continue to commit to use the small sphere of influence that I do have to make sure that our elected officials who do have the power to do something are hearing what our community is saying. I have been doing that. I committed to doing that months ago, and I just want to make sure that everybody up here knows that I believe very deeply that everyone deserves to be heard. So I'm going to continue to make sure that that happens.
I just want to, on logistics first, I want to second what Councilor Stewart said about the Ward 3 meeting coming up this Thursday. We hope you come, 8:30 at Sunrise Sunset, 1424 South Wadsworth. And I'll second her plug as well to weigh in on the Budget and Audit Board process. We really need as much feedback from across Lakewood and Ward 3 and the rest of the city as possible. You know, with your indulgence, this is a tough enough issue that I actually took the liberty of drafting some thoughts earlier and over the last few days just to kind of sort my own thoughts out, because I frankly just don't trust myself to get this quite right on the fly at 11 p.m. So bear with me here. So far, I have declined to speak publicly on the ongoing Gaza conflict for a few reasons. First, with Council facing many urgent and regional issues, it does not make sense for us to act where we have no authority, jurisdiction, or agency. We've also seen an alarming rise in documented anti-Semitic incidents over the past year, nationally and in Colorado. I've spoken to Jewish friends and community leaders about this. They do not have monolithic views, but some have expressed heartfelt concern that public criticism of Israel platforms and fuels that anti-Semitism. I take those worries extraordinarily seriously. Further, I worry that in trying tonight to acknowledge injustice, I will inadvertently exacerbate trauma elsewhere. That is the maddeningly zero-sum calculus of hurt, anger, and pain swirling around this issue in our communities. Having said all of that, we have heard repeatedly from passionate activists, from all of you here tonight, some of them from Lakewood, who have asked us to speak out, and I really did listen extraordinarily carefully to each and every word that you said tonight. The situation in Gaza has reached a point where I personally believe saying nothing in response is increasingly problematic for all the reasons that you eloquently articulated. So having been asked repeatedly for my 2 cents, here is what I believe. First, Hamas is a terrorist organization. In a region with a complicated and long history, nothing can justify the horrific rapes and murders of civilians, women, and children that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th. Hamas deliberately triggered the current conflict. I call for Hamas to immediately return all remaining hostages safely. Now, having said that, second, the violence the Netanyahu government has unleashed in response has been horrifyingly disproportionate. Though precise counts are hard to verify amid a chaotic war, tens of thousands of Gaza civilians have died as a direct result of the Netanyahu war cabinet's bombardment. Many are innocent children, as we have heard tonight. Many more civilians have been badly injured. The Netanyahu government and its agents have also deliberately intercepted and blocked food, humanitarian aid, and medical supplies at the Gaza border. As a direct result, as many as 1.1 million Palestinian civilians face catastrophic food insecurity. Children have died in agony, undergoing surgeries without anesthesia. This is sickening. I think about how I would feel if my family were in Gaza right now. It has to stop. There is no justification for the horrors that the Netanyahu government has unleashed on the people of Gaza. We do need a ceasefire. We need a permanent ceasefire, and we need it now. President Biden said this in his State of the Union, and I was glad he did, but I will go further. In my opinion, it is time for President Biden and our Congress to deliver a clear ultimatum to Netanyahu's government, making clear that if critical food and medical supplies continue to be intercepted, or if the Netanyahu government continues mass attacks on civilians or attacks Rafah, the U.S. will cease aid and support for any Israeli offensive weaponry until the situation changes satisfactorily. I also joined Senate Majority Leader Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish official in the U.S. government, in denouncing Prime Minister Netanyahu as a barrier to peace and in calling for new elections, hoping Israeli voters will choose less cynical, less destructive leadership. In truth, the Netanyahu government and Hamas are both fundamental barriers to peace. Turning to closer to home, I do want to note again the recent spike in anti-Semitic incidents and acknowledge the enduring Islamophobia so many of our Muslim and Arabic neighbors face. In speaking about this tragedy, I think we have to do better to avoid racist, xenophobic, or anti-Semitic rhetoric and treat our neighbors of all faiths and creeds with respect and compassion. As it happens, as we already heard, our Jewish neighbors are celebrating Passover this week. As a result, I am honestly concerned that some Jewish residents of Lakewood may not have been able to speak this evening on this important topic. I will soon release a written version of the statement. Out of respect for those neighbors, I will wait until the end of the celebration of Passover to do so. Finally, while acknowledging the gravity of the situation, I note again that this city council, this body, does not have a foreign policy role, and rightly so. Having taken a few minutes to clarify where I stand this evening, I'm not planning to address this topic again as a Lakewood City Councilor. We need to leave foreign policy to our president and our Congress and focus on all the important work that some of my other co-counselors have already referenced and that Lakewood elected us to prioritize. I really do thank you for your passion, your activism. I know this is some of what I said is probably disappointing. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your passion and your work.
Ward 4.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Councilor Sinks, I'll email you the list of all the times the 10. And yes, there are others. I went down that list one time in council. I read off all the dates. So I have a list. I can't find it right now. But there was like 5 other days with holidays, additional days. And so it felt like we were meeting like once a month for a long time. And you'll probably get that feeling around the summer and then around the holidays. And it just, we didn't seem to be doing much. And so that was part of my thinking on the motion tonight. Is like, well, there's always something out there, we can do it. And some of the, they were not canceled the day before, they just were never scheduled. And so we're supposed to have a study session twice a month or workshop or something, and they just were not scheduled. Okay, so turning to our people who came in tonight, isn't it great that we can do this? Where you can come in and speak, and I can take the other side, and we have a conversation, and I think that's one of the advantages of living in America. And no, you already did. You already did. You can come back in some other time and respond. Now here's the problem, and what you're doing wrong. I have to give you some advice. From the river to the sea. You said that many times. Callie, you have it on your T-shirt. Callie. Olver. I already showed you. So at any rate, okay, so you want to keep arguing here? Is that what you want, or are you going to listen?
Mayor.
For once.
Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We're
All
done
in
with you,
favor?
Councilor Olver.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming. You guys are incredible. You fill my heart with warmth in this horrible time.
Okay,
I've
is it
seen
open
more
for a vote,
death
Mayor?
in the last
We're open for a vote to adjourn.
Thank you. Keep coming out. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Councilor Sinks? Adjourn.
November 25th, he's up, so he's on the docket very soon, sir.
That passes 6 yeses and 5 noes.